the foyer, take a number. I was lightning before the thunder. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder.
All right, y'all. Woo! It's the third day. What the heck? We still have plenty to go over. Don't worry. First and foremost, though, as always, let's get all of our energy in sync. Let's do a quick grounding. And for those of you who don't visualize, can't visualize, whatever it may be, you are like me in a sense. It's intention-based. We set the intention, and we're already there. Cool? So no matter what, just ask that the energy goes where it needs to, and you're grounded in the ways that you need to, in the highest good of all. If it feels good, go ahead and close your eyes and take maybe 3 to 4 nice, nourishing, juicy breaths. Let's be in charge of our life force. Breathing in divine truth and breathing out anything that doesn't need to be with us today. And breathing in unconditional love and breathing out any density, any old memories, anything that doesn't need to play in the subconscious reel anymore. And today, instead of a golden light, let's go with golden rain. Golden rain dripping all over us, falling down upon us. Maybe it's pouring, maybe it's just a little sprinkle. And every time it touches our skin, we feel that dose of divinity. It even leaves a golden shimmer on our skin. Our skin soaks it up and brings it in. And at the same time, roots, whatever color feels good to you, begins to shoot out of our feet and the base of our spine. Grounding us to Mother Earth. But today, we start to feel a little itch in our back, both of our shoulder blades. Something begins to sprout from there as well. Our wings. So we may forever fly. Now these golden pieces of rain, they've filled us up so much that it begins to seep out of our pores. It becomes an energy, almost like a liquid into gas. And it spreads outwardly into our auric field, filling it up with unconditional love, acting as a filter so that we may only hear truth. And no disharmony can touch us anymore. in the highest good of all, may you receive exactly what you need today. And may you always remember that you are divinely supported and unconditionally loved. Take a few deep breaths and come on back to me. So today we have lots to do. I was reading y'all's comments before I jumped on. Real quick, I'll tell you guys the schedule, and we're jumping right into some snippets on energy and some really cool manifestation stories that I wanted to share with y'all. And then I get to give you a couple, we'll call it processes to your manifestation. And you can pick and choose what feels good to you. Cool? So, as we talk about energy today, this is how I'm going to talk about it. Now, Oliver, spiritual activator, he's the energy man. A lot of the stuff I do energetically is just by intention sometimes, which is exactly what I want to talk about. But how he can build sacred geometry, and I have seen the incredible results in people for his healings and those he has taught. I'm like, I don't know, I just look at people and then like tears come out and then things happen. It's just everyone's a different type of healer, right? And energy is different for everyone sometimes. So I love learning all of these different understandings of energy because energy is the fastest way to raise your vibration. And it is the fastest way to manifest. And everything that we talked about in mind and emotions really build that support underneath energy so that then we're only living in energy. But we didn't do it by spiritually bypassing or escaping from our mind or anything that sits in our subconscious real. Cool? So intentional energy, super simple, y'all. I've kind of seeded this. I don't know if you've noticed. I've kind of seeded this throughout the past couple days. Your intentional energy will decipher the outcome of your manifestations. Way back, a whole like 48 hours ago or whatever it was, I think it was the first day when I told y'all about my house on the hill. My why. Originally, I wanted a house on the hill so that finally I was enough. And I never got it. And then one day I realized I was on the house on the hill, and I was like, whoa. My intentional energy and my vibration had risen so much, but my intentional energy turned into I deserve it, and I am enough. So whenever you're trying to create something, I want to make sure that you guys are really aware that your intentional energy will decipher the outcome. So really simple, I call it why. Just why. Whenever you want to create something, ask yourself why. Why do I want more money? Why do I want to meet my soulmate? Da 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 da. And then, going back to yesterday, when you find your why, does it feel dominantly heavy or dominantly light? Does it come from more fear or does it come from more love? And if it comes from more fear, the action, this is one of my favorite quotes of myself. That sounds really pretentious, but this is one of my favorite things that I had ever said. It was, the action doesn't have to change, but the intentional energy might. What I mean is you can have whatever you want. You really can. Now again, as you raise your vibration, you just want less stuff. I don't know, it's the funniest thing. You're thinking that you're gonna want all these things, and I don't know, you're just kind of taken care of. It feels different because you're emotionally already fulfilled, right? But you want all these things, but why do you want it? And that will decipher if it comes to fruition or how it comes to fruition. If it counter-manifests itself, if it's gone as quick as it came, if it doesn't bring you the fulfillment that you were hoping for, your why is so important. But you don't have to not want what you want. Your intentional energy just needs to come from love. From something that feels light. From, I am worthy of this, genuinely, right? We're not sitting here doing the fake it till we make it shit. But it has to feel genuine. And you'll have to play with that a little bit, right? You're like, okay, well, I deserve it. Feels a little bit too strong for me. It might be, I would like this thing so that I can experience an even fuller, more expansive version of me. But I love the version of me now. In some way, shape, or form, it needs to feel dominantly on the lighter side. Dominant frequency effect here too. Your intentional energy is everything. But the action or the outcome doesn't have to change, but the intentional energy might. So if you look back, and let's do this right now, look back at something that either you got or you didn't get. Let's talk about maybe what you didn't get. Why did you want it? What was the true deepest thing that you can get to? Excuse me? What was the true why? And I'll bet that most often you're going to find that it was something that felt heavy. You were afraid to not be able to put food on the table. Or you were afraid that it's too late and you'll never make it there. You were afraid of failure. You were afraid at something, right? We could even throw perceived rewards in here too. See the entanglement? All of the things we talked about for the past 2 days come into effect now with our intentional energy. So all of that work that you've done over the past 2 days, that by golly, you better carry it into the rest of your life. Okay? I gave you tools that will work forever. Don't just throw your notebook somewhere in your desk and then forget about it, and then a week from now you're like, oh shit, nothing changes if nothing changes, right? But if you continue to implement that, you're going to start seeing that your intentional energy naturally, beautifully shifts to lighter vibrations. And amazing things happen because your intention is always pure. That day when I dropped down to my knees, when I call him Homeboy, when Homeboy threw glass at my face, my intention was so pure. I was finally willing to truly surrender. And it was such a pure intention. I said, please use me as a vessel to serve. And my life was never the same again. And I believe this is my personal perception of that moment, because I was there. I was the only one that was there. Well, kind of, I guess. Is that I was in such a high frequency because it was surrender. I was in one of the depths of hell. Like, that was the shittiest moment in my life, almost, kind of. Had a few of those. It was a really, really bad moment. I was in my basement. But I finally surrendered, and my intentional energy was so pure, and it came from so much love. I don't know why that's what I had said. Like I said, I have no idea why. I was like, use me as a vessel. Like, why didn't I call out for myself? I have no idea. But everything changed. And so now I always check my intentional energy when I want something. And if it comes from something heavy, I work on shifting it. And the funny thing is, when I start working on making it lighter, sometimes what I originally desired, I don't want anymore. Because I realized that it was just a fear-based me saying, I must have this, right? Like, not Dobby. What's the other one in Lord of the Rings? Gollum. My precious, right? I'm just sitting there freaking out, like, oh, but it's so fear-based. And then once you start removing that fear, you're like, maybe you still want the thing. Again, go for it. But sometimes you're like, oh, this can happen literally in an infinite number of ways. And I had my lenses on, and my fear of it's got to look like this, and this is the one thing that I want. Make sense? Okay. Second piece to energy. Because energy is fast, and the information comes through fast, it tends to bypass logic, right? Well, I want to keep it that way. So whenever I get kind of a download, if you will, or if I start feeling really inspired, I make sure that I take action as fast as possible. Before my monkey mind catches up and goes, whoa, hold on, we felt inspired in the moment, but now we don't. That's just because the mind caught up and your subconscious real is going, no, things are going to change. This is freaking me out. As soon as you receive any type of inspiration, something you're passionate about, you must act upon it immediately. And the bigger the action, the better, if you so choose to be courageous. Now, this is the part that's it's kind of a mind F. I see a child in the room, so I'm trying not to curse. We'll see how that goes. But here's the thing. Even though you've taken the action fast, that doesn't mean that everything looks perfect, right? Something is probably still going to show up to go, you sure about that? Oh, let's make sure that you actually maintain it. So we still have to see it as feedback. Eventually, your mind will catch up. And if your mind isn't at the point where it's on board yet, it will pump the brakes. And it might pump the brakes 3 weeks from the action, or from the inspiration, 3 months, 3 minutes, I don't know. But that doesn't mean it doesn't show up. But what you have to do is create momentum towards these manifestations. Because when you are in a high vibration, AKA you receive something that is inspired, or it's a straight download and you can tell, or you're excited about something, you are in a really high vibration. You naturally just got there. To me, when I'm in those high spaces, that's the only thing I listen to. If I'm in a low space, I don't trust anything I'm thinking. I don't trust anything I say, because I know it's coming from a persona. I know it's coming from fear, and I know that it's just not the truth. It could sound as logical as it wants. I trust and I act upon when I'm in a high vibration. And it's not that I'm always in a super high, clear vibration. It's that I take so much action when I get blessed enough to be in those really high spaces that it holds me there. It's almost like a peg just got stuck there and I can't go below it. Because I've now created and embedded things into my 3D that support it. So even if you just get a moment in time where you're like, whoa, this is amazing, you better do as many things as you can to keep it not around from fear, but to maintain that frequency or to take the action that is being given to you or feels divinely guided. And your logic is not allowed to be a part of it because it's probably not logic. It's probably not your rationale. When I dropped to my knees and did all that stuff and left my relationship, I also quit my job. I also dropped out of my PhD. Again, I'm not saying you have to be radical, but it sure worked for me. And I grew that much faster because of it. But I removed all the buffers that made me feel safe. Originally, I was like, oh, well, no, I'll stay in my job for another 6 months. I'll do this whole thing on the side, and then let's just see what happens. What? Talk about not playing full out. That's ridiculous. I'm going to get the exact results of what I'm putting in, which is half-assed, right? Your intentional energy is everything. And taking action fast, when you have those clear moments, when you feel that inspiration, those start to come every 10 minutes in life. But it might just whisper sometimes. I remember hearing this, I can't remember who said it, but I butcher it because I changed it for myself. You know how the universe speaks in whispers? The universe is always speaking to us. I call it really our mind. We're always being given signs that lead us towards a beautiful life. Now, we usually don't see it because our subconscious reel is up. We've got different lenses on. That doesn't mean it's not there. Just like we talked about with energy, right? There are so many things that literally our human eyes cannot see. That doesn't mean it's not happening. That doesn't mean that frequency doesn't exist. That doesn't mean that right now, how in the hell am I talking to you and you're halfway across the world? There are things happening that we cannot see that make things physical and manifest in our reality. How is it that you're not in the room with me, but you can see me and you can feel me, right? So when we get into those beautiful spaces, we take action fast because this is what happens sometimes. The universe will speak in whispers. If you don't listen, it'll start to scream at you. And eventually it'll slap you upside the head. But that's when you've hit your basement. And that's when things are painful. And if you continue to not listen, you will numb it out to where you cannot hear it anymore. And that's where we get confused in life, and we don't know where we're supposed to go. Now, the cool thing is that it's a muscle. And it can reawaken itself and re-strengthen itself. So there's never a point in life that all is lost. That is a choice. But it is amazing to be in the space where you are so willing to open your eyes, your ears, and your extra etheric senses to what's really going on this plane of reality. Because this plane of reality will completely change for you. And it will be radical, and radically fast. Okay. So I want to talk about a story, because I like my manifestation stories. I want to share all of this, because this is kind of a long one, and it kind of trickles into a few things. This plays with a lot of the things that we've talked about over the last few days. So I want you guys to see how we're bringing this all together now. And then we'll talk about some manifestation styles or processes that you may or may not vibe with, and I would like for you to try out. But ultimately, you're going to find what works for you. I've given you a lot of information, but it might be trigger management, TPP, and STRO. That's what you're going to focus on. That's it. And it's going to change your entire life. Or you might focus on meeting the needs of your personas, and it's going to change your entire life. Or you're going to just focus on your rules, and it's going to change your entire life. And then you're going to go, okay, I'm ready for more tools that Mandy showed me, and it's going to continue to change your life in the most beautiful of ways. That's my intention, at least, right? You got to meet me halfway. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right? So, back in the day, so I was living in Dallas. Nothing wrong with Dallas for everybody coming from Texas, but the reason that I was living in Dallas at that time was an obligatory energy. And I'm going to try to be conscious of how I share this story, because there's a lot of people involved in it. But I felt obligated to be there, and so therefore it infringed upon one of my persona's needs of freedom. So I didn't love being there all the time. Love the way the houses are built, they're so pretty, but didn't like the energy of it most often. I really wanted to be near the water or in the mountains. I'm not a city girl, believe it or not. So I was sitting there in 2017. And you guys know this if you were here yesterday. I am an avid journaler. Been journaling since I was 5 years old. My mom literally still has, she showed me this a couple months ago. It was a little piece of paper that I guess I had ripped off, and I had written a letter to God. And I was like, hey, God, you know, I can't remember what else I said, but I was like, you know, say hi to Grandpa for me, love you, thanks, and say hi to the angels for me or something like that. And then I guess I put it outside because I thought that the wind would carry it up to heaven. I was like 6. What am I going to do? So I'm an avid journaler. Been writing my entire life. So on 11/11/17, November 11th, 2017, I had written in my journal, I wrote, and this was just, I'm going to talk about set it and forget it manifestation soon. This was just a total random thing, because I like to speak things into existence. So I'll talk about things, but I'm very, very detached when I write it. So this actually happened before I tell this story. This actually happened as well with my book deal with Hay House. I'd completely forgotten. Back in 2016, I wrote, if it's in the highest good of all, I would love to write a book with Hay House someday. And I don't think anyone really even knew me back then. And all of a sudden, I don't know if you guys know this, but the 8 Secrets to Power for Manifesting is from Hay House. And the way it happened was insane. I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to write a book and I'm going to go reach out to Hay House. Didn't even happen that way. It was completely dropped on my lap. So anyway, set it and forget it manifestation is one of my favorite things to do because I like to detach and surrender. So if that's someone like you, then you might vibe with this. So anyways, on 11/11/17, this is what I wrote. Something to the tune of myself, Oliver, who was not my husband yet, his oldest son, my bonus son, and our new baby, we're all going to move to Laguna Beach this summer. I was not pregnant. I had no plans of being pregnant. None of that stuff. I just wrote it. It just kind of like came out of me. And I was like, okay, well, that's weird, whatever. Totally forgot about it. We're living in Dallas still, and we're like, you know what, we should probably move into, we wanted to move into this other home, but it was also owned, we were renting still at the time. And it was owned by the same guy who owned the house we were currently living in. So we were like, you know, can we move into your other house and blah, blah, blah. Anyway. So we were like a month into this new lease in this new house in Dallas. And I had just done a 10-day retreat in Sedona. I had served for 10 days straight. I was whooped. I was totally whooped. It was one of the coolest events I've ever seen. But I was tired. So Oliver's like, I want to take you to your favorite spot in Laguna Beach. This is where we would go when we would stay at this little resort that was right on the water, so you could like just hear the waves all night. It was just so cleansing and clearing. He's like, you need to clear your energy because you got a lot more planned, you know, with your work over the next few months. And so we go to Laguna, and I'm like, for some reason, just not digging it. We're sitting there, and we're in our wonderful resort that we love all the time. Everything's great. People above us are having the time of their damn lives all night. It's like 3 a.m. They're just going nuts. They're partying. They're, you know, whatever it is. I can smell lots of things. They must have been smoking. And I'm just like, this isn't typical. What's going on? And I was just getting so frustrated. And I was like, Oliver, do you think Laguna Beach is like kicking us out? I mean, we weren't supposed to be here, right? So this tension starts to build, and I start getting irritated with Oliver because I don't know where to put this energy. So again, persona. I start getting triggered. Persona comes out. So I'm like, you know what? Before I say something I don't mean, I'm going to go for a walk. Okay? I'm going to go walk down PCH, and he was going to walk too. So he went to a coffee shop, and I was just walking. And I'm sitting there walking, and I'm just thinking, I'm like, what is going on with me? This is so weird. Like, maybe it's just because I'm really exhausted or something, but I'm like, I just don't really like feel like myself. So I knew I was in a persona. I was trying to understand, you know, what's the root need, and, you know, all this stuff. And the need was like rest and relaxation was really the big thing. Like I need to feel nourished and replenished. So I'm walking, and I'm thinking about all of a sudden this story I had heard of this gentleman. I think his name's Mushi, and he talks about this story of the twig. I'll tell you the short version of it. It's all about enlightenment. And so there's this, and I'm going to butcher it. If you guys have heard it, sorry. I'm probably going to say it wrong, but this is a part of the whole story, okay? And so this gentleman talks about this story. He says there's this guy, and he was just this really calm guy, like just nothing really bothered him, nothing really triggered him. And he's sitting there, and his wife cheats on him. And he goes home, and she's like, he catches her in the act or whatever, I don't know. And he goes, I hope that this person can love you better than I can, because clearly your needs weren't met. And she's like, you don't even care? And so she's upset that he doesn't care. And so she goes, I'm taking your children away too then. I'm taking our kids and they're never going to see you again. And he goes, well, I hope that that's what's best for them. And I hope that this person is going to be their new parent and that they will be happy. So now he has no home, he has no family, and he just goes trekking down, walking in the middle of nowhere, doesn't know where he's going. And he runs across all of these monks meditating, and he ends up living with them. And every day he would just wake up and he would meditate, 8 hours a day, 12 hours, I have no idea. Just meditate, meditate, meditate. And there's these, Mushi calls them demons. I don't like that word, but this is what he calls it, so I'll say that too. He's like, there's these demons who are like, wait a second, this guy is getting close to enlightenment, he's meditating every day, he's in a really high vibration, nothing bothers him, he's never triggered. This is very dangerous. He will get to enlightenment if he's never triggered, right? And so they're trying to watch him. They're like, there's gotta be something that bothers this guy. What is it though? Like, we sent the wife to cheat on him, we took his kids away, nothing's working. And he goes every morning, he eats, and then he goes to his Zen garden. He perfectly makes his Zen garden, and then he goes and he sits underneath this tree right next to his perfectly made Zen garden, and he meditates. And he's getting close to enlightenment, y'all. He's getting there. One day, and they're just like, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Like, he's gonna get to enlightenment. Great. One day, he goes, does his Zen garden, makes it perfect, sits down to start his daily meditation, and the tree that sits above him every day, a branch goes, a little twig snaps, and it falls down onto the Zen garden. And he's sitting there, I want you guys to be able to see my face, and he's sitting there, and he goes, and he looks at the twig, and he gets up real fast, and he goes and he takes the twig off, and he gets his Zen garden looking good again, and he's like, whew, and he goes back to meditating. And the demons go, got him. So they go to the Zen garden, they start throwing the sand everywhere and just messing up his whole Zen garden, and he goes ballistic. The moral of the story is, what's your twig? What's your twig? So I'm sitting there walking down PCH in Laguna Beach, and I'm thinking about that story. And I'm like, what the fuck is my twig? And I look to my left. I cannot make this up, y'all. And it might still be there. I'll be there in like next month or something, so I'm gonna have to check. It's probably changed a lot since all the things that have happened in the world. And I look to the left, and in this really weird looking store, it says twig. That's the only thing that's on the window. Just like 4 stickers, like a TWIG, twig. And I'm like, what? So now I know, okay, it felt like shit for the past, 8 to 12 hours. Something amazing is coming, which is actually what I see, what happens with Oliver and I now. Whenever things start feeling really sticky, whereas I used to go, oh my gosh, everything's falling apart, we're screwed, and I ride down the roller coaster, now I'm like, roll up the sleeves, what's coming? Something amazing is always coming because it means that I'm ready for it. So I'm gonna grow through something because I have the tools to do it. So I'm getting excited and I call Oliver. Now I'm magically not mad at him, right? And I call him and I'm like, hey, where are you? I need to talk to you. Something's coming through. And he's like, oh, I'm at the, this coffee shop, da-da-da. I'm like, okay, meet me halfway. So I start walking towards him, and I cross the street, and I go over towards that coffee shop area, and him and I start walking, and I'm like, I don't remember what I was saying, but I was like, something's coming. I'm like, I'm getting out of the muck of it. I'm not in the density, but I don't know what it is, and I'm just telling him, because he's my sounding board. He's my accountability partner, right? So I'm talking about it all. God, it's so amazing to be like-minded people, right? To be around like-minded people is the biggest blessing ever, right? I'm sitting here talking about twigs. Everyone else would be like, what are you talking about, Mandy? Are you okay? Like, what drugs are you on? I don't do drugs anymore, okay? Leave me alone. So I'm sitting there and I'm rattling off with him. I'm like, twigs and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't know, there's something, but I don't feel like it's gonna come to me. Is it gonna come to you? Again, we're talking. He's like, it's actually weird. He's like, I had a vision that we were going to see a psychic while we were here. And we're not too into psychics or anything like that. And Oliver's very like, don't tell them anything so that we know they're legit, that type of thing. And I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. I shit you not. A few seconds later, we're walking on the right. It says psychic. I'm like, what is going on? What is with these signs on these buildings? Now, that wasn't going to be the psychic for us, but it literally said psychic. So we keep walking. I'm like, okay, that one feels a little heavy for some reason, but let's keep walking. We keep walking, and there's this place called Chakra Shack in Laguna Beach, if you guys have ever been there. And they have intuitive readers. They're normally always booked. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm like, all right, are we going in? Are we really going to do this? And there's no one's available except for one lady who just had an opening. They're all booked out like 3 weeks. One lady who just had an opening, literally right now. We actually use her in Soul Family now. Her name is Tracy. She's amazing. She's one of our intuitive readers that we have for all of y'all, if you guys so choose to do Soul Family or Soul University, da da da. So anyways, her whole room and everything that is about her, she goes, it says all about love. And I'm like, that's my girl. Okay, like if she's just gonna talk, straight from source, I'm all about it. So we sit in this room with her and we don't say anything, right? Oliver's like, that's the rule, don't say anything. And she goes, in order for you, she said, you're being pulled towards the water. And I was like, okay. Like, she doesn't even know that we don't live in Laguna. She actually did think that we lived in Laguna, but she's like, you need to get right on the water type of thing. And I was like, okay. And she's like, but in order to do that, you need to release the guilt of the little boy. Now, the reason that I wasn't moving out of Dallas was for my oldest son, for custody reasons. And he was with us full time. He's my baby, And I was like, there's no way that I could ever risk, that. And I'm like, whoa, what? So anyway, beautiful reading, all of this stuff. And I'm like, me and Oliver are like, we're supposed to do this. This is the biggest leap of faith I've ever taken because a child is involved, one of my biggest triggers here. But we're supposed to do this. And I had this vision of sitting in a coffee shop years ago with my oldest son's mom, just talking and loving on her and so forth. I always wanted that. I always wanted a really good co-parenting relationship. And so we get back to the hotel. They had moved us into a new room. Things were great, all that jazz. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, I am in one of the highest frequencies I've ever been in. We have to do something. We've got to do something about this. And Oliver's like, what could we do that would make it to where we can't turn back? Like, what would create massive momentum? And I was like, I'm going to reach out to Tom. Tom was our landlord in Dallas. I'm going to reach out to him. And he's a very linear thinker, Tom was. Great guy, but very square thinking, And I reach out to him and I'm like, okay, this sounds crazy. We kind of want to move. And we want to move to California. I know we just signed a lease. What would that look like? All this stuff. And he was a very good realtor. So I was like, he's not going to let us out. You know what I mean? We've seen how this goes type of thing. And he said the weirdest thing, he goes, I could never get in the way of your true path. What, Tom? What? So again, I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, the signs, bing, 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 bing. We are in a really high vibe. So we continued to make decisions that ensured that movement. So we had to take action, and we took action as fast as we could before, because I knew if I waited, get back to Dallas, sit down and talk to someone in person and blah, blah, I knew I would sabotage it because I wouldn't be in the same frequency that I was being gifted with in that moment. Basically, the new frequency that I was supposed to live in was inviting itself, right? I was feeling what I could feel all the time now. But I had to step into it. I had to start putting it into my 3D reality and saying, okay, I'm willing to do my work, my part of the puzzle here. And so, y'all, we moved 2 weeks later to California. Now here's where it gets really wild. I had set some parameters to having children and so forth. One of my rules was I would not have children in Dallas. And I would not have, and I'm talking about bearing my own, and I would not have children until I was married. Oliver and I were engaged, but we had been engaged for a while, and I'm not a planner, so I wasn't sitting there planning some big old wedding. I literally said, all right, we're getting married in 30 days. That sounds fun to me, and if I have a dress, I have a dress. If I don't, I'm getting married in a bikini, and whoever can make it, can make it. That's just kind of how we roll. We're very, last minute, just have fun with it type of thing. So I had made those rules, right? We were in our house in Laguna Beach 2 weeks later. When I got back to Dallas, I sat down with my oldest son's mom in a Starbucks, and she was oddly totally cool with us moving. Everything that I thought was going to be a huge issue totally was supported. I was coming at it with such a high vibration. It was like the seas just parted for us. It was like, no, this is it. You did your part. You are being rewarded. And we moved. And then, sorry, this is kind of TMI, but oh well, we conceived our baby one day after being married in California. So I also met all of my rules around it. And now I want you to remember, what did I write in my journal? Back in November of the previous year, was not pregnant, did not, nothing. on 11/11/17, which Zion, my youngest, always showed up with ones. The whole time he was in my belly, it was like if we went to a hotel, literally the rooms would have like weird things happening until we got to room 111. Almost every single time. It was radical. But on 11/11/17, I wrote, we're all moving to Laguna. I had set the manifestation in motion. I did the things and I detangled as things showed up. I made decisions in a high vibration, and boom. I forgot that I'd even wrote it until I always go back and read my journals, until I go back and I'm like, okay, what happened? What is this? Because it helps me rewire or reverse engineer it for y'all. Pretty cool, right? That's just one of many manifestations. But that one's kind of boop, 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 right? So let's talk about some manifestation processes and styles. You may or may not use any of these. I just wanted to give you a few that really tie in everything you've learned over the past 2 days. Cool? So the first one, as I said, set it and forget it. I literally write about this in my book. It's something that I have gotten so good at. Set it and forget it is really good when you do not know the how. And if you start trying to do the how, you're going to jump into your human mind, and it's going to screw everything up. So set it and forget it manifestations are where you get yourself into a really high frequency. You stamp it in, whether it's that you draw it out or you write it out. You do or you say it out loud, but I suggest writing it. Now, there's a science behind drawing and putting things pen to paper, and visualizations as well. This is why so many Olympic athletes that my husband and I have worked with, visualizations are so powerful that it's one of the many reasons that they use it. So visualizations, if done correctly, get stored as a memory in your mind. It doesn't understand that it was just a visualization. It gets stored, especially when you're tying emotion to it. So y'all who were crying yesterday, feeling your, watching your reel, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, watching your movie reel and all that, you don't even know what you just did for yourselves. But it is so good. I'm so freaking proud of you guys who really poured the emotion into that experience as you were visualizing or just feeling, again, for those of you who can't visualize or don't. But you pour that in, it gets stored as a memory. And it literally changes how your mind perceives to get there because it knows that it's now possible. It thinks it already happened in some parts of you. This is why, again, I like just to use it because I like athletes and stuff, because there's so many more studies behind this than tying it to manifestation. But athletes will sit there and they visualize winning. They visualize exactly how they feel. I have goosebumps right now. How they feel as they win. They go through as many physiological, emotional, and mental experiences as they can to prepare themselves. It's as if it was already done. And I remember hearing about this and seeing some of this clinically as well, where I don't know if you guys have ever heard some of these stories. There's quite a few actually, but there was one that I had read in a book, but I'd also, again, saw some of this clinically. Folks who meditate over people who have crazy health issues, even tumors. They did this one where they had, I think it was 4 monks, and they were meditating over this woman who had a tumor, and they had her hooked up to where they could actually see, the tumor inside. That tumor shrunk and almost completely disappeared in 4 minutes. But do you want to know what the monks were chanting? Already done. Already done. Not, I'm praying for something to change. I hope that this tumor, because guess what? Now you're bringing consciousness and awareness to the tumor. Now we're bringing consciousness and awareness to our money problems, whatever it is. Again, we're not ignoring anything. We see it as already done. And that's kind of how I see set it and forget it manifestation. And that's why I want you to write it down too, because now we're hitting it from multiple angles, right? We're hitting it from a scientifically proven perspective, a psychological perspective, and of course the spiritual part, which is actually the most fun. And science is still trying to catch up to spirituality, what we already know, right? In essence, but it's still fun. And so set it and forget it manifestation to me allows for you to get into that space of surrender, but also the knowingness that it's already done on some vibration, and now you're going to start moving your way or expanding your way into that reality. Versus, oh my gosh, how is this going to happen? What's going to happen right? Each twist and turn in life. No, we don't need to be prepared for all of that. One illuminated step. The next intuitive move, making decisions in high vibration. Good to go. So set it and forget it manifestation. It's basically get into a high vibration, stamp it in, right? We write it down or we draw it out. I don't care if you can draw or not. I did stick figures, worked just fine. And then we release. In the highest good of all, we allow for ourselves to surrender to the divine timing of it, to all of the things that are going to show up. Now, the big thing here is, though, set it and forget it manifestation only works if you're going to keep growing. Really, manifestation in general, right? But especially set it and forget it. If I had just set it and forget it and then continue to wallow in my pain, or let's just say that I was in pain at that time, or give in to my personas and be triggered all the time, I wouldn't be a vibrational match for what I was writing. I wasn't a vibrational match for it even when I wrote it. But I knew if I continued to grow, I would meet it. Does that make sense? So as we grow, we continue to expand, and we know that we will meet all versions of us that have all the different things that we would like to experience. So this will work if you're willing to do the work, right? Things don't change unless things change. And the more that we change things, the more that we're out of our, false comfort zone, the more beautiful it is. And it's not scary and it's not hard when you feel supported. And if you don't feel supported, then look at your environment and ask yourself, why? Why did you build an environment around you that doesn't support you? I didn't for years because I didn't think that I was worthy of that. Because again, to have a supportive environment means I needed to be vulnerable. I needed to be seen. I had some healing to do. It was easier to be around people that didn't support me, that shot me down because they confirmed what I believed within. But nothing changes if nothing changes. So regardless of where you sit today and what you think about yourself or what you think about reality today, at minimum, you just need to crack the door open on possibility. Because if you don't believe it's possible, it's literally not. You live and die by your rules, and you live and die by what you believe to be true or not. You are in the driver's seat, which sucks sometimes, because then we judge ourselves, right? We're like, well, I'm not where I'm supposed to be because of me. But that's also very empowering when you take the judgment out of it, when you go, I am where I am because of me. Wow. It's not because of my experiences. It's not because of this, that, and the other. It's not because of he, she, it, that, the other. It's because of me. At least today it is. And moving forward, it is. So that's one way. Set it and forget it. Now, there's a few others here. Let's talk about proactive manifestations. Being proactive in our vibration as well. Now, I'm just going to tie in the tools. So if you guys want to just kind of create like a proactive way to manifest, right? Energetic check-ins hourly. We talked about this on I think it was the first day, yeah, energetic check-ins. You must be doing them. Please, please, please do them. Again, I know that you guys aren't going to like them maybe at first. I know it's also been really insightful for those of you who are like already in that space of, okay, I'm not judging myself. This is great. But energetic check-ins. And then whatever you find, you have to detangle, right? Whoa, what did trigger me? TPP. What did trigger me? What is happening here, right? That might still happen. But most often, the energetic check-ins become a very proactive way to get ahead of a trigger before it even occurs or before it causes the roller coaster effect. Next is our rules. We need to rewrite them every 90 days, right? This is a proactive thing. And maybe you're like, you know what? I'm growing so fast that I need to be rewriting my rules like every 30 days. That's totally cool. But at least every 90. Usually that'll be enough time, and it's kind of goes with the idea of the brain pruning as well, that you might be a little bit more susceptible at some point and you've done some growth, 1%, you're already 90%, right? And then, yeah, the 1% growth. So proactively, we're growing 1%. Some days are going to be 10%. Some days are going to feel like 0. It all ends up averaging out in the end. But we just get a little bit better every day, a little bit more aware. We lean into self-mastery a little bit more every morning that we wake up. And then there's reactive. Now, this is to our vibration, but you can tie it into manifestation. So what would reactive be? That would be our trigger management, right? Oh, shoot, I'm triggered. Now I got to go do something. The reactive piece of self-care. And then being aware when you're hitting your basement and your ceiling. Now, something I didn't share about the basement and ceiling yesterday. When you want to raise your basement and your ceiling, what you're going to do. So I'll go ahead and draw it out just for simplicity's sake. So remember, we've got our ceiling up here, and the roller coaster, and then our basement is here, right? You guys remember this? Good. Okay. So sometimes when we do our pattern interrupts, so this is answering the question, how do I bust through my ceiling? Is a pattern interrupt and meeting the needs of the persona. All yesterday. You guys learned all of this yesterday. That's how we start to bust through the ceiling. Now, don't think that busting through the ceiling, again, is this whole 100% growth thing. You might just bust through and now you're 2 steps above your original ceiling. Awesome. That's fantastic. I love it. Nothing wrong with it. Now, let's say you're like, I don't know why, but I just can't tackle the ceiling part. This is what I've noticed. You know what your basement is in each area of life, right? Going back to yesterday, my basement in relationships was it has to become physically violent, then I'll leave in one of those relationships. Not a good basement, right? But there were things that happened on the way down, like unfaithfulness or verbal abuse, other things. The way he would act when he was intoxicated, something like that, that becomes my new basement. I leave here. I don't leave here. I will never even know the depths of pain that exist at that basement because I am choosing. And once you sit back for a moment, you're like, what normally happens on my way down, on my basement? You're going to find that there are some very tangible things. And you do what you would do at your lowest basement, you do it 2 steps above. You do it before you hit the basement with the same energy that you would when you're at rock bottom. You do it before you hit rock bottom. So the cool thing, this is like the law of basement and ceiling per Mandy Morris, we'll just call it, is that when you raise this basement, when you do and you make change before you get to this really low vibrational space, the ceiling busts with it because it's almost like there's like this space that has to maintain itself between the two. And so when one rises, the other rises with it. So basement and ceiling. Asking yourself consistently, am I hitting my basement? Am I hitting my ceiling? And you guys know what to do with that per yesterday. And I like this because when you are in these spaces, whether you choose to be proactive or reactive, and really probably blend the two, and then throw in some set it and forget it, all of them work. Every tool that you have been given, everything we've talked about, even if you're just like, it was something that Mandy said, please do not negate that. My biggest shifts are not when I have a tool sometimes. It is when I fully click and I get it. Whether it's like a sentence that someone said and I'm like, whoa, why did that hit me like that? I call that a cellular shift. It's the best type of shift. It goes down to your bones and nothing's ever the same again. And all it took was a few words from someone who was embodying the frequency that you were seeking. It can be that simple. Your entire life can change on a phrase. It doesn't have to be complicated. Now, I jam-packed these 3 days with everything because I didn't want you to have any excuses. And I wanted you to have as many tools as possible to go into life vibrantly, courageously, and empowered as possible. As much as I could, at least, in a 72-hour period. But everything that you've learned, you might go, okay, I'm really on trigger management right now because it's coming up with the holidays, I'm gonna be with my family, whatever it is, right? And then you might be like, okay, but my rules come in right now every 90 days, and I work on that too. I'm gonna be proactive about that and see what needs to shift before it needs to shift. And whoa, I'm starting to see that I'm spiraling down. What's my basement in this area normally? Do I normally just sit under the covers or, put the covers over my head until this, that, and the other? All right, covers come off, I'm going in. And this isn't about taking action that makes perfection. This isn't even, and I know this sounds weird, this isn't even about taking action that's going to give you the exact results you want. It's growth. You're going to learn about yourself. Whenever I'm learning something new, like when I was learning boundaries, because I was such a people pleaser and I was not allowed to have boundaries most of my life, that when I started learning boundaries, I had to go around. I went to my husband and everything and some of my family and friends, and I was like, so I'm learning boundaries right now, and I'm going to come across a little abrasive because I don't know how to do this yet. So please grant me a little grace because it's going to come off a little bit like at first. And thank God I said at that point, I was then surrounded by wonderful, loving people. And so it was actually funny. I'd be like, no, I'm not going to do that right now. And then I'd walk away and then I'd turn around and be like, was that okay? You know? So it's okay right now. Like, grant yourself grace over and over and over again. Because sometimes when something's been on E for a really long time, you might do it a little overboard, but you're going to find your balance. And it's going to look different for everybody. So allow for yourself some space to find that authenticity in you and what it looks like for you. And be around people that support it and go, I know what you're growing through right now, and I know what you're going through right now, and I'm totally in for it. And I support you. And again, if you don't have that in your environment right now, then you had better come into our family with authentic living, because we will cradle you, and we will also hold you to the fire, like it or not. We'll make sure that you grow. But you've got to have that around you so that you can see in your environment the proof that it's possible and that it's normal. Cool? And the thing is too, like, if you are growing daily, you will expand, whether you like it or not. If you grow daily, if you focus on your self-mastery, you will expand into the version of you that has it all. It just happens that way. Again, I just chose to grow every day because I was in so much pain. And I was like, I'm done being in pain. I wasn't sitting there trying to grow so that I became a millionaire or something like that. I just expanded so much that I started to meet that. And it was wild. But it wasn't my focus because I played the energy game instead of the human game. I used emotions. I got my mind on board. But every time that energy came in, I took action. And basically all of my energy, instead of me trying to get somewhere, if I'm not getting somewhere or if I feel resistance, I don't push through it. I stop and go, let me dissect the resistance. What is showing up for me? I know this is here to serve me. And like I said earlier, I can truly say it, not that it's always fun when things get a little sticky, but if things get sticky in Oliver and I's world, we get excited. We're like, what is gonna happen? What's coming? Because something awesome is truly gonna show up, not because it's just naturally gonna show up, but because we know what to do with it. We know how to transmute all that heaviness, and it becomes so light, so fast, that blessings just ring right out of it like a sponge. All this cool stuff. And I learn about myself in the process. So it's like this cycle that just keeps feeding into itself. Growth, reward, growth, reward, growth, reward. Expansion, more fulfillment. Beautiful. Okay, so what I would like to do, as I burp again, is an attunement on y'all. You guys do not know what that is. I'm gonna explain it really quickly. So energy work. That's what we're talking about today, or energy in different forms. Something I didn't share very much is some of my energetic background. I shared briefly that I could see and hear things as a kiddo, and it was scary, and I didn't like it. But I do have, I think it's a gift now, I call it that, but it didn't always feel like a gift of channeling. We all do. And it's just where, Einstein and Thomas Edison and all those people, they talked about channeling in a different way. A lot of geniuses did. That they would kind of tap into the collective mind. I think it was Einstein who had said, the information doesn't come from me, it comes from something out there. And I believe that we all have this ability because we can tap into the collective mind where information is already stored. But sometimes it can be someone's higher self or, just different things. I'm not a medium of any sort at all, but there's just certain things I can do. And most of the programs have, in fact, been channeled in some way. It's just an ability to pull energy in and through as a vessel, I guess I would say. So one of the gifts that was, I feel like, again, just talking from my experience, that was given to me is attunements. And in essence, if I had to call it something now, it's like when you take your car into a mechanic before you go on a long trip. And they kind of tweak everything and make sure everything is just, right. If a screw's loose, they tighten it up. They make sure it's well oiled and all that. And so I kind of imagine an attunement that for your energetic body. Sometimes your physical body, from feedback, also things happen mentally and emotionally as well. And some people are like, I don't know what I felt, but then something radical happens a week later. So I always just get out of the way. I never know exactly what they're going to be, how they happen. Some of it is quiet. But what we're going to do is an attunement. And then right after, I hope you guys stick around, we'll take a 15-minute break. But during that break, I want to show you guys, because I know a lot of you have been asking, I want to show you guys a little bit of what it feels like to be in some of our programs. For those of you who want to move forward with something, you're maybe not sure what. Please keep in mind, though, when people talk about LAP in this beautiful video that you're going to see, they'll be back to back. So you'll see the Geo, the Sacred Geometry Healing from Oliver. You'll also see LAP, which is the Love and Authenticity Practitioner certification from myself. That is currently being turned into EME integration. And EME integration is literally everything that we've been talking about, basically. So we're talking about emotions, mind, and energy and how we integrate them. And my work and Oliver's work has been used all over the world. We're in 65 countries, thousands of practitioners and healers, and this is utilized in therapeutic environments, you name it, basically. So just so you know, when you see everyone talking about LAP, just imagine, just go with me, that they're saying EME, because it's similar. I made it far more robust with more years of experience that I've had. There was so much more to add to the program. But you can see what just a 7-year-old program has done for people. Just imagine with all these extra years that have been embedded in it since then, too. Cool beans? And then after that, Oliver is going to talk about advanced abundance secrets. So make sure that you guys are sticking around, okay? And again, remember this, and I'd really like you to take this away for the next couple of minutes and think about this during the attunement, is what is abundance to you? To me, abundance is fulfillment. It's the highest frequency of us. It doesn't really have a dollar amount or a thing attached to it. It's this incredible, abundant feeling. So what's the highest definition of abundance for you? Because I bet that once you start tapping into that, you'll collapse some time frames and energetically get there sooner. Therefore, the 3D will move around in your favor. All right, we'll go ahead and start the attunement now. If you would like, you can close your eyes. I'm just going to say a few things, I think. If you do not visualize, don't worry, because this is not a visualization. At least it won't be today. It's different every time. It's totally intuitive, so. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get myself into state as well. In the highest good of all, please allow for me to serve these individuals, whatever they need. Let me be a vessel. Deep, deep breaths. Almost to where the expansion hurts in your lungs. Let it stretch. A scan of your energetic and physical body is beginning now. This scan starts at the top of your head, cleansing and clearing anything that is not meant to be in your energetic body. And if it's in the highest good of all, your physical body, either, moving forward. Any parts that feel stuck as the scan continues, a vacuum comes and sucks out the density. And the softest golden brush with prismatic soap suds come and scrub away anything else that doesn't need to be there anymore and shines it up. We'll allow for this to happen for a few moments. May the walls or the cages or the chains around your heart fall away. They're no longer needed. May the armor that you've worn to protect yourself dissolve beautifully as it is no longer needed. May the weight on your shoulders be released because it is no longer needed. And may your feet stay planted where you are, because you do not need to go anywhere else to receive. Please call forth your highest guides, source, your angels, whatever feels good to you, and ask them to complete the attunement now, giving you whatever it is that you need, taking away anything you no longer need. And if there's any messages for you, or thoughts, or energies, or a tool that you may need soon, receive it now. You will know when the attunement is complete. You may stay here for a few more moments. And in case no one has told you today, I love you. Stay tuned. We'll see you all soon.
Hey, it's Mandy here. So you're thinking about joining the program, and I'm here to lovingly shove you towards it. It is such an incredible program. It's personal growth, it's learning how to serve others, and ultimately to serve the world. I've seen that when people embody unconditional love, which is really at the foundation of this program, amazing things happen. Results happen so quickly for clients or patients or family members, and you're growing through that process too. You have the tools that give you the confidence to go forth into the world. You realize that you are so worthy of receiving for your gifts.
Mandy embodies authenticity. For me, I want to follow somebody who models what this is all about. It keeps me going on my path when I can see someone who really lives this way and how wonderful it can be. It encourages me that I can live that way too. I think it's a combination of depth and breadth with Mandy. What I really appreciated is all of the science behind the methodology, the neuroscience, how the brain functions. So there is absolutely a scientific component to why this methodology helps people shift, why it helps them shift maybe quicker than other modalities. I also think the unique piece is the energetic component. You get such an integrated experience in a short period of time where you can truly be up and running and coaching, within 8 to 10 weeks of learning the framework. This is my third time coming to the Heartland. We're on sacred land, and I definitely feel a sense of support and almost like I'm getting a big energetic hug when I step on the land. I think the other piece is connecting with the other individuals who are here at the same time. My relationships have grown and increased because I've had this in-person experience.
This is where people come to receive healing, understanding, answers to questions they felt stuck about forever, healing when they've sat in therapy for years, and every time they leave transformed in some beautiful way. It's 30 acres. There are natural vortexes, medicine wheels. We have labyrinths. Depending on the time of the year, you might see beautiful, huge snowflakes falling down. You'll see tons of wildlife, or you'll stargaze at night. We also have rivers and lakes and millions of acres of national forest just across the street for you to explore in.
The whole point of plant-based, especially when you're doing energy work, is that you want something that's as neutral as possible, something that is going to digest very easily in the body without interrupting any type of flow. I'm not just trying to give you something that's going to nourish your body, but I really want to give you something that's going to nourish your soul through organic food, local whenever possible, as well as with my practice of herbalism. I really try to bring all of it in so that you can really taste all of the earth's flora and connect to what you're consuming.
The experience that you have here on the Heartland is like nothing else.
A new beginning. Shine a light, don't shy away. You got more than it takes, you know. You know.
You're on the fence about the program. What we'll say as soon as you jump into the program is light versus heavy, love versus fear. If you can make that decision from a place that feels light, that's not coming from fear. And let me tell you right now, I had all of those fears, thinking that who am I to serve the world? What do I know? What do I have to give? I'm an unfinished masterpiece myself.
Are you ready to shift yourself? Because you got to do that first before you shift anybody else. If you're not ready to shift yourself, then the timing isn't right. That's what I would say. It's affected my friendships, my parenting in a positive way, how I approach my work on a daily basis. I can't even separate it now. These models and these ideas are such a part of me, and they're driving how I live my life. It's just in me now, and that's incredible.
Something really amazing happens when you realize that you've healed. You don't have things to go back into. Your limiting beliefs start dwindling away. You reach pure potential. You realize that life can look completely different than it does now. And the beautiful thing about embodiment is that you give that to others. And in case no one has told you today, I love you.
Why are we here? What were we born to do? Because we're not given an instruction manual on energy and our spiritual gifts. So what do? We tend to escape, run away from it, right? And that can be through food, through working, through alcohol, just so we can feel better. But there's another way. It's learning about energy. And once you learn how to master your energy and heal yourself, you'll be able to also, if you choose to, heal others and heal the world. If you look at sacred geometry, it's always been called the language of God because it's everywhere. And what I've discovered throughout the years is sacred geometry is a very powerful tool for healing, for accessing intuition and divine information. So when I discovered the power of sacred geometry and I mixed it with the power of love, the results are very powerful. They are fast, they're very, very potent, and it doesn't weigh on you. From the auric field down to the DNA and cellular level, we clear the energy so it can heal.
One spark, one love, one heart.
It's been amazing. Literally just from starting with Oliver, I have felt a huge shift. It's something I felt like I've always needed, and it's the one thing that was missing, and it's been life-changing.
I spent most of my life clinically depressed on antidepressants. I did therapy from my 20s on. I did all the work, and still it had me in its grips. With the tools that Oliver gave me, I healed myself of bipolar, and I have had no medication since then, and am doing wonderfully.
Some of the biggest cause of suffering that I've seen in people's lives is that they have spiritual gifts, but they don't know how to use it, or they're scared of it, or they turn it off because it's unmanageable, right? But here's the key. Spiritual gifts are the path to happiness. When we have it on, it's like our superpower. When you activate them, life changes.
Once I received this instruction from Oliver, I felt my purpose was coming out. Like I can really step into who I am. I always felt like an outcast, like a black sheep, like I didn't really belong anywhere. And when I found Geo Love, I found my family.
After Geo Love, it was like, whoa, every single day at some point, it was just like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Processing, it's fast, you know, like I was getting through really hard events and emotions super quickly, like in a day. Got through my biggest fears that were holding me back in life.
If you're joining us in person, we have this experience in the sacred land in Colorado that helps facilitate healing, helps accelerate it, helps cradle you in love as you're here. We've got a lot of sacred structures that we built here. We have labyrinths, we have medicine wheels, we have all these treats and surprises energetically here on the land that just helps facilitate the journey. And we also have amazing food. We have a chef here that cooks food that nourishes the soul and also supports everybody in their energetic journey. Everything that you eat is designed to support you in whatever you're going through while you're here in the Heartland. And if you can't make it to the Heartland and you're watching this from home, just know we've had a lot of transformations, a lot of people that have had their lives changed by doing it remotely as well. So don't let that stop you.
It's like magic, you only see that in the movies. I never thought I would actually be experiencing it in real life. This is real, and it's amazing. I'm genuinely happy, and I haven't been happy in a very, very long time.
Like, why me, right? Don't you have to be special to have these gifts? But for some reason, you were never able to shake it off. And here you are, following your intuition, following your heart, even though it might not fully make sense in your mind.
If you think you're the only skeptic that would come to a program like this, like, you are so wrong. You will meet other people just like you. You do need to be like at least 5% open. You don't even need to be all in. I know I wasn't. I know other people I talked to were not all in when they got here. And that was comforting. It'll come, but you got to start with some. Just give yourself a chance to believe. Just give yourself a chance to fool yourself and think that you can do this. And I saw things that if even 5 days ago my past self would have told me what I'm, talk like I'm talking now, I would have been like, who's this dude? What a weirdo. So it's just undeniable. You can't unsee once you see something.
Hearing what my partner said that he felt and saw during the healing, and it just matched, and it was just like, oh my gosh, I did that, It was just seriously mind-blowing.
How do you deny that stuff that happens? You want to, but at some point you just can't. You can't. You accept it and you're like, oh, I'm in a whole new world now.
The biggest thing since Geo 1 is, I think, 100% pure belief that everything that you ever want or need is inside of you. And Oliver just brings it out in you, you know? We're capable of so much if we just love and trust ourselves.
You want to get through all of the things and just get rid of it and get to who you are and shine your light the brightest that you can because you got all those layers off. Do it.
It is the most life-changing, soul-thrilling experience.
Just follow your heart, follow your intuition. Don't second guess yourself. Just get on the horse and ride.
You're not going to regret it. There's no way you're going to regret this. This is an amazing experience all around.
I can only lead you to the door, and you have to open it yourself. This is the door.
All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Okay, if you can see me and hear me, let's do this. All right. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to talk about Abundance Secrets Part 2, right? Yesterday we did Part 1. Now we're going to do Part 2. And I'm wearing the shirt for it, actually, I believe. Okay, this is actually it's not on the slides, but I want to talk about it real quick. That's probably if I were to go back in time and give myself one piece of advice that has to do with just, the mind, because again, as you all know, it's, mind, emotions, and energy. It would be, I would have believed much bigger, much faster. That was the biggest thing. Because here's the thing, when it comes to manifesting, sometimes we're like, oh, let me try a small thing, right? Let me try a small thing, let me see what happens. And then the small thing that you try, it comes to fruition. Next thing you know, okay, let me try again, not realizing that, hey, from the get-go, you could have just gone big, right? Because when you know how manifestations work, the process of it, it's all the same thing. You see what you want, right? You know what you want. You put your intention, your energy, your decisions, everything towards that container, big or small, it happens, right? So if I were to give myself a piece of advice, I would shoot, I would have gone much bigger, much faster, because I've seen it in the lives of so many people to where they're manifesting things in, a few days, a few weeks that they thought they couldn't manifest in years. And what happens is it changes your entire paradigm of what's possible. So my intention for y'all, okay, is set bigger goals. I mean, we're in day 3. You can still do it. You can still set goals in this high vibrational space. Like Mandy said. How many of y'all, just raise up your physical hands, not virtual hands, did a big step yesterday, did a bold move to change your life? I'm curious, all right? Lots? Amazing. For those who haven't, you can still do it today. Because here's the thing, okay? One of the secrets that I've talked about, and me and Mandy have been I'm hammering in, is your vibration affects how fast things manifest in your life, right? That means when you're in a high vibration, you want to do, if there's 2 things you can do in a high vibration, and that's the only 2 things you can do. One is set an intention, which we've been doing almost daily. And second is take action towards the life that you want, right? And a lot of you guys did that for day 1 with burning the letter, or yesterday, big, bold, move towards what you want in any area of life. Because there's that one thing that once you do it, there's no going back. You will for sure get to where you want, right? So you still have today to do that in any area of life. Think about it. Whether it's the purpose work, love, abundance, health, clarity, peace of mind, whatever it is that is important to you, right? Let's take action today. And action can be in multiple forms. It can be a promise to yourself, right? It can be choosing to forgive. It could be booking the trip that you wanna book. It could be having the conversation. It could be saying yes or saying no to something, right? It could be, right, the day's the day that you're gonna put yourself first. People have even said, normally I can't meditate, normally I can't do it 2 minutes, and then you feel it. You feel it, And it sounds like what we're saying might even just be simple, but How come you're feeling things during this session that you never did before? It's simple. Like, there's two types of work that me and Mandy do while we're doing these 3-day events. One is what you're hearing right now, what you're seeing in this entire experience, right? That's one of the things that we do. But what's more important than that we do behind the scenes right now, is sending positive energy to every single one of you, is raising the vibrational field of everybody that's here. Because when that field and that frequency is high, transformations happen faster, purging happens, which is part of the release, which we'll talk about. Really releasing the things that don't belong happen, right? Things manifest towards you faster. For some of you, you're experiencing things energetically that you haven't before because of the energy that we pour in to it. Okay, so just to pre-frame it, today, got a lot of cool things planned, right? We got a session on abundance, abundance part 2. I'm gonna go all over abundance. Later in the afternoon, I'm gonna do a deeper dive on energy. I haven't talked about it, but I wanna give you guys practices on how to protect your vibration, how to raise your vibration, and how to keep it high. So by the time you guys leave this 3-day event, you have everything that you need, tools-wise, so you're not drowning anymore vibrationally. You're skyrocketing, okay? So stay in tune to later in the afternoon, and then we might have a lot of other fun things that we're planning, depending on the energy of the group. Because every time we're doing this, okay, we're tapping into everybody's energy collectively here, right? And we're looking at the comments, we're looking at what people are having a breakthroughs on, and we're addressing them on the spot. So a lot of times when we're doing these 3-day events, it's very fluid, right? And a lot of times it's intentional, though we don't tell you, the schedule. What are we going to talk about? What's coming up? Because a lot of the times we pivot on the spot. Ask our team, right? When we're seeing themes in an event, we're changing things to be more relevant to each and every one of you that's here. All right? And there's a lot of ways of manifesting. Here's the thing, like if you ask me about the whole manifesting thing, yeah, can we give you tricks and that's all we did? Sure. 10-minute video will do that, right? But what we're sharing in these 3 days, it's very different. We're rewiring your mind, your emotions, your energy, your identity, your beliefs, your rules to the core, to where manifestation is not just a technique. Abundance is just not just a buzzword. It's who you are. It is the frequency you'll be vibrating on moving forward if you choose to continue in the path of growth, right? So that's the goal here, is we're rewiring your entire being to its natural and most authentic state. And in that space, what you want comes to you effortlessly, right? Quickly, a lot of times easily, because you've done the work. When you do the work, and make the tough decisions that you guys have been making, show up, play full out, it gets easy. But the work has to be done up front. A lot of people want it easy up front without doing the work, and it never happens. They want the quick technique, right? But us knowing how manifestation works, that's why it's 3 days, and we can go like literally every single day for the next year and still have content to teach, right? But we're condensing everything in these 3 days to make sure that we can get what you guys need to you. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about abundance secrets real quick. This is part 2. So secret number 6: signs and intuitive pings. Super important, right? Super important. So here's the thing that happens. I'm going to walk you through. Like when you set an intent, how manifestation works is this: you set an intention and a high vibration, which we all did day 1, right? And when you set an intention and a high vibration, what happens next? Okay, things start moving in your favor. What that means is there is this thing that happens underneath it. Okay, real quick, guys, don't touch the screen over there. Whoever's moving the screen, don't touch that, please. It's my PowerPoints. So what happens is that once you set the intention, automatically there's a purge and a release. Okay, and there is a releasing of the old and the experiencing of the new. It happens every single time, right? So write this down. When you set the intention in a high vibration, things start shaking for you. When you make a decision on a high vibration, things start happening for you as well. That's why a lot of people, the moment you guys signed up for this program or you're thinking about signing up for this 3-day event, we hear it all the time. The moment you start signing up, things start shaking. You're like, you're purging. People are in and out of your triggers are coming up because that's how energy moves, okay? When you make a decision, set an intention, energy moves to your favor already, right? To where the things that don't belong starts getting purged and the things that are coming into your life, you know, it starts coming to you. And if you don't know what you're looking at, it might seem like it's all bad, right? But it's not. When I'm thinking about purging, which is not part of, you know, it's kind of part of Science and Intuitive Pings, but I'm adding it on there because it's relevant. Think of it as, how many of y'all have done a detox, like green juice, detox, raise of physical hands? I want to see real quick. Okay, so here's what happens when you're doing a detox and you're drinking that green juice, right? What happens? The toxins get flushed out of your system, right? It gets to your bloodstream and it's on its way out. So ultimately, it's a good thing, right? It's on its way out. You are releasing these toxins that are not really conducive to your health and wellness. But what happens when you're releasing toxins, right? What happens? You have symptoms, side effects, headache. You might have stomach ache. You might feel drained. You might feel like you have no energy. Some might throw up. Like you feel all these, eczema. You might have that, right? You might feel all these symptoms temporarily while it's happening, right? But if you just focus on the symptoms that you feel, you think it's a bad thing. You're like, shoot, this isn't supposed to be a good thing. I'm feeling all these different things, right? And it feels like crap. But then if you wait longer, if you zoom out and look in from a higher perspective, right? You're going to realize in 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, 30 days, you're like, I'm starting to feel better. My skin's looking better. I have more energy. I've got more mental clarity, right? So that's the big thing, is if you just stretch out and look at it from a higher point of view, longer time frame, you'll see it's actually a good thing. But in the meantime, it might be a bad thing. It might feel like a bad, because it might feel like it's a revolving door, out with the old and with the new. That's why you cannot judge where you are right now. If you're watching this and you're like, shoot, everyone's getting a breakthrough and I'm still feeling triggers and I'm still feeling left out and I'm still experiencing stuff, right? You're probably in the cusp, like right before your biggest breakthrough and transformation, right? You just have to give yourself grace and realize that things happen in its own divine time, right? What do I mean by that? A flower, okay, when it starts, you have a flower, you want it to bloom. What happens if you open that flower up and force it to bloom before it's even ready? What happens, right? The best thing you can do is provide the right environment, sunshine, water, like nutrients, and in its own time, you'll never know when it is, it will bloom. But if you expect it to bloom day one, not gonna happen. Same thing, you're cooking something in the oven. I don't cook. If I do, it's like, I've got probably one or a few meals that I can, and it's like, all right, I'm nowhere near as great as Mandy when it comes to cooking. But I'm going to use a cooking analogy. If you're baking something and it takes six hours to bake, and you open it 30 minutes in, expecting the finished product, and you beat yourself up for it, shame yourself, guilt yourself, oh, I'm not there yet, I'm not there, they are, right? If you look at it from that time frame, 30 minutes, you will think you're a failure. But if you let it go its course, 4 hours and 6 hours in, it's perfect. So it was never about you failing. It was that you're in the process of healing, of shifting, of having a breakthrough, okay? So right now, if you are in that process, grant yourself some grace, right? Comment below, I'm in the process of my breakthrough. Honor however that looks like, and type it in. If you're getting triggered, perfect, it's working for you. Those triggers are energetic toxins. When we're moving the energy, we're doing the energy work with you guys, it flushes out anything connected to it, beliefs, rules, mental trauma, emotional trauma, it's getting flushed out. So on its way out, you feel it. But it's different. It's not here to trigger you. It's here because it's being lovingly released. So look at it with a different set of eyes, with gratitude, knowing like, okay, it's being released. And it's going to be out of my system. Be grateful for it. Bless and release that. Don't hold on to it. Be an observer of it. Because if you get used to the process, you'll enjoy it. When triggers come up, you're like, all right, they're being flushed out. And when you ride that wave, guess what happens? New things start to show up, right? And it's only temporary. So pain is not permanent. When you're doing the work mentally, emotionally, energetically, like we're teaching you, it's not permanent. It is just a phase. And when you realize that, you get good at the growth process, it doesn't trigger you anymore. It becomes exciting because you know on the other side of that purge, on the other side of that, is your biggest breakthrough, the thing that you wanted the most, right? So you get good at that process. That's one of the things that I want to give you guys, like, perspective, because you might think, oh, crap, like, everyone's happy, like, they're all in the after stage of the before and after, and I'm still here, worse, experiencing everything 10 times. It's exactly the process of a purge. So it's just good to know that, so you know that you're in the right place. Does that make sense? All right, do this if you guys resonate with it, okay? Cool. So science and intuitive things. So what happens when you set a manifestation? When you do it in the right vibration, intention and decision, pair those two if you want to make it more powerful, then the purge, the releasing and the receiving starts happening. Momentum starts. You might even feel exhausted, no energy, but that's the sign that it's happening for you. It's already starting to happen, right? Next thing that will happen is signs. You're going to get intuitive pings. What are signs? What are intuitive pings? Okay. It's your higher power, God, higher power, universe's way of communicating with you. Of here, the thing that you want the most, here's the fastest path to it. The path of least suffering, least resistance. The one thing that changes everything. Here is the door. Here is the key. Go unlock it. And behind that is everything that you wanted. All right? And a lot of times we take years to build up the courage to open that door. And when we do, we get what we want. Right? Or for some, you don't hear the signs because the noise is too loud. That's why when you're in a higher vibration like this, it's easier to hear the signs. It's easier to differentiate the signs from noise because you're in a higher vibration. A lot of the lower noise can't exist in a higher vibration, right? So what are signs? How do they come, right? It could be, and as I'm sharing this stuff, let me know which one you guys experience. It can be one of them, it can be all of them, right? One can be numbers. 1111, 222, 333. You see him everywhere, right? I see when I used to see this, I used to see him everywhere. I used to see him in license plates. I used to see him when I looked at the clock. I used to see him on my phone when somebody would leave a voice message. Oh, it's 1 minute and 11 seconds, right? It was everywhere. How many of you guys see signs? Put it in the chat what you guys see, right? What signs do you see? 333, 222, 1111, right? It's everywhere. For some, it's that. For some, it's the ringing of the ears. Yes, it can be tinnitus, but other times as well, it's a spiritual message. How many times do you guys have the ringing or the buzzing in the ear, right? And you're like, what's going on? Because there's a medical explanation for things, but there's also spiritual, right? So there's a lot of times to where it's extremely ringing in the ear, right ear, left ear, it's ringing. And it could mean a lot of different things. It could mean, sometimes signs come and it could mean pay attention. Let's say I'm talking to somebody and I have a judgmental thought. Sometimes a ringing in the ear can come to interrupt a judgmental thought. Or I'm talking to somebody and they're saying something that I need to pay attention to. It's profound. Sometimes my ear would ring to be like, pay attention. Sometimes it's towards me. I'm having a thought and I'm discarding it and then have a ringing in the ear. That could be, okay, pay attention to the thought that you have. It's important, right? Or it could even be when you have the ringing in the ear, it's a sign from your higher power that, you're being guided. Your higher power is there with you. You're not alone. Signs can mean different things. It can mean go. It can mean stop. It can mean pay attention. For some, right? It is animals. I remember Mandy when her dad passed, like, she was like, I want to get a sign. I want to get a sign, or, and then every single time, like, I forget what kind of bird, but bird comes up, a hummingbird comes up every time she thinks about her dad. Every single time. One even almost smacked her face or hit her to get her attention every single time. Shows up in dad's death anniversary, like different times she's thinking about her dad. It's just like, it's there, right? Some it might be a bird, some it's lights flickering, some it's the music that you hear. For some, it's the scenes in the movies that you see. For some, it's in dream form. For some, it is like literally you meet somebody who's gifted. They don't know they're doing it, and they give you a message, and they're channeling something for you, and it's completely unconscious, and they're giving you a message that you need to hear at the right time. Sometimes it's things in your environment, things breaking, right? All these different things. We used to have so with our dogs in the past, like for us, sometimes they are our biggest like sign. Whenever we had one of our old friends would come visit, had intense energy, our dogs that were completely potty trained, like completely, they don't have accidents. During that day that person comes, they poop on the floor, both of them, right? Randomly. When they leave, the person leaves, they're good. Comes back again several months, happens again, right? So animals can also be very sensitive to energy and signs. So that can happen. And a lot of it can be your own internal feeling in your body. I shared this with you all like yesterday. I mean, there are times where, I'm like going somewhere and I feel in my body, a full body, like oof, heaviness, resistance, power center, like, oh, stop. And when I stop, what happens? I don't go. I delay me going there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, however long that feeling is. If it's there the whole time, I don't leave. And there are times when I'm like, okay, it's gone, I leave. Next thing you know, there's an accident that I avoided. Had I gone on time, that could have been me, right? So my body was guiding me. It's not a bad thing. Sometimes we're physical in the way we see signs. Sometimes we see it, sometimes we hear it, sometimes we know it, sometimes we dream about it, sometimes we feel it in the body, full body signs, right? So the most important thing is figuring out what your patterns are currently. What's your pattern right now, right? Look back, because I promise you, each and every single one of you, you have patterns of how signs show up in your life, right? So what's the pattern? Look in the past. Because if you know what signs look like, then one, you'll receive the message. When you're trying to manifest something, you'll receive exactly what you need to do. Now it's up to you to take action on the signs. But you need to know the signs, right? It's super important to know the signs. Everybody's got patterns, and they shift through time. But when you know what they are, you can be at least guided. Because manifestation is simple. You're in a high vibration, right? And you do that by releasing blocks, mentally, emotionally, energetically, which we've talked about and we'll continue to talk about. And when you're high in vibration, you set an intention. When that intention, is set, the purge starts happening. Because in order to get to where you want, your energy will start removing the things that are not a vibrational match to that which you desire. You've got to be a vibrational match, right? So if you are not, it will start purging the things, the thoughts, the emotions, the triggers, the trauma, the energy, the people, the problems that no longer resonate with where you're trying to go. It purges it. So you feel that release. And when that release happens, you also receive new stuff, new people, new opportunities, new thoughts, new things come into your life, right? And while all that is happening, amidst all that whirlwind and tornado of revolving door of out with the old, in with the new, the next thing is signs come up, okay? And when you know the signs, and sometimes here's the thing, here's how it all works. When you are guided with the signs, sometimes all you see is the next step and a door. That's all it is, right? Faith over fear. All you see is the next step. And the way I look at it at times, the way I visualized it in the past, is you're in a room, right? And this is your room of life. And sometimes you're seeing the next 10 steps, the next 5 steps, and sometimes all you see is the next step, right? The next step. And sometimes you don't even see the step. It's as you're taking action, the next step gets illuminated for you. And that's how life is, right? And there's a lot of steps. You don't know how big the room is. You don't know how many steps there are, right? But the thing is, when you're intuitively guided, you know exactly the step you need to take. And that Mandy talks about it a lot. When you are running with your intuition, which the science can be an external or an internal representation of your intuition, right? You're being guided by a higher power. When you're running with your intuition, it's like running barefoot, fast in the forest. You just know exactly where to go. Don't get hurt. I look at it differently. I mean, similarly, but a little bit more intense. When you're running with intuition, it's kind of like you're blindfolded in a minefield, and you know exactly where to go. And every step you take does not set something off, right? In a world where really our minds can't be trusted in a lot of areas, because here's the thing. Here's why surrender is so important, okay? Here's why it's probably one of the most important things that you guys learn to live your life in a state of divine surrender and synchronicity, okay? It's because our minds are so limited. So limited. Let me paint a picture. I forget where I read this from, but it was an article that I read several years ago. It was I forget if it's a neuroscientist who wrote it, but it was in the scientific community, right? Where every single second, right, we are exposed to anywhere from 20 to 40,000 pieces of information and data. Radio waves, Wi-Fi, if you're psychic, what you get exposed to visually, everything, 20 to 40,000 bits of data, of information, okay, per second. And our logical mind can only grasp 20 to 40 of it, right? So 0.00001% less or something like that, we can make sense of. 99.9999%, we can't logically we can't put it into context. There's so much information and data at all given times. And then we make a to-do list, right? Based on the 0.0001%, we make decisions based on that. And a lot of times we can't even finish our to-do lists in the day. We're like, shoot, there's not enough time in a day. But even if you did, in a lot of ways, it doesn't matter, because you're making decisions on incomplete information, right? And that's just now. That's not even including the several billion people on the planet that exist. That's just you. That's not factoring in past, present, or future. That's just you in the now. So when you realize that your mind can't possibly guide you to where you want, can't possibly be the smartest way to go, then you surrender to a higher power, to whatever version that means to you, because the higher power knows all, past, present, and future, can factor in everybody in the world, knows all that stuff, right? And will guide you to the best path that you don't even know exists, a faster path that you didn't even know was possible, an easier one with less suffering. And that guidance comes through science. That's why it's so important. And I've lived my life for close to 20 years now in divine synchronicity, following the signs. And let me tell you, every single time I follow the signs, I get to where I want. Every time I avoid it, it's painful. It's painful. I always resort back to listening to the signs, every single time. And when I've never been let down, ever. Okay? So science and intuitive beings are super important. Next is this. Secret number 7 is reaction to abundance. What is your reaction to abundance? Okay? And here's one of the, I learned this from one of my dear friends and business partners, actually. He sold $2 or $3 billion worth of information and products online. Super smart guy, owns one of the biggest advertising agencies in the world, right? So a dear friend of ours, and I remember he was telling me a story, okay, And this is how, when he did this exercise I'm about to share with you, this example, again, he went from making 6 figures back in the day to becoming a millionaire in a few months. And this is the only thing that he could attribute that it happened. Like, so he was in the grocery store with his wife. They were shopping, right? They were shopping, and he walks over there in the aisle, and they were in the section where you buy eggs, and he was looking at the eggs, right? And he was looking at the regular egg, and he looked at it, okay, cool. Then he looked at the other, organic section of the eggs. Looks at it, and as he looks at it, he saw the price, right? And he cringed, like, oof. He had that cringe reaction, okay? And his wife noticed it. And what dawned on him in the moment of like, wow, I'm about to buy these eggs. I'm about to spend money on these eggs. And I forget what he said the dollar difference is, right? But he had this energetic, this emotional, this cringe response to spending money, right? But here's the thing. Whenever you think of money, whether you're receiving or spending money, your reaction to money will dictate if it flows to you or if it is repelled by you, okay? Because here's the thing. When you realize, here's what you want, abundance, money, you got to start realizing what is your reaction to money. What is your reaction to receiving money? What is your reaction to spending money? What is your reaction? And when you have fear, anxiety, any kind of thing, it doesn't matter if you're spending a few hundred, a few thousand, or $2 more. If you cringe, that becomes a vibrational output to where you're going to start attracting things that are either in duality or make you cringe when it comes to money, and you're never going to be settled with abundance. And I know people that, like, even though they're, we met and helped people that are billionaires that still, they're not happy because they live their lives like literally, like there's this guy, he was like, because you can be happy, you can have the money that you want and still be so unfulfilled, right? And we met, we've got billionaires to where like they cringe at paying $2 to $3, and their quality of life and all areas of their life, their relationships, anything, it's like living hell for them, right? And I've also seen people that never break past. I've seen both ways. I've seen it to where you win the lottery, you still have all these cringe when it comes to money, you lose all of it, or you're unhappy, right? So when me and Mandy are talking about abundance, we're talking about well-rounded abundance, not just money, in all areas of your life, right? Your health, your wealth, your relationships, your inner peace, your purpose work, you just feel abundant. You don't have to have one thing that suffers because you get what you want. There's a reality. You can have it all right? So actually, this is one of the things for you. It's a writer-downer, okay? I am open to the reality where I can have it all, okay? I'm ready for the reality where I can have it all, right? Because a lot of times the biggest pain comes from I can just have A, B, or C, instead of like, shoot, what's the reality where I can have A, B, and C and more and not lose anything and be happy, right? So let's comment right now. Let's stamp this in. I'm ready for the reality where I can have it all, right? Or I will have it all. Because when you're the creator of your own reality, why choose one where you're unhappy in certain areas? Why not choose one where you have it all, right? Nobody ever taught me this, so I'm sharing it with you. So your reaction to abundance is super important. And a reality where you have it all, hey, even if you don't know how to do it, at least we're setting the intention. And we know what happens when you set an intention. Things start moving and shaking for you, okay? So reaction to abundance, cover that. Reality where you have it all, another one, all right? All right, secret number 8, opening your heart to receiving. Super important. So my question is, how many of y'all were like me, I worked on this and I'm still working on it, to where you have a hard time receiving gifts or compliments? Just, I want to see the hands. Somebody gives you a compliment, you're like, you're thanks. You're like so awkward and uncomfortable, right? Or you're like, yeah, you're awesome too. You try to give the compliment back because you just can't receive it. You're uncomfortable with it. And I worked a lot on this. Like Christmas, I'm great at giving gifts, right? Because great at spoiling people with gifts, showering people I love with things that make them smile or that you want, right? When it comes to receiving, it used to be the worst. Getting better at it daily. Used to be the worst. Like, I would have Christmas gifts from past Christmas just staying there, unopened, unused, right? I had a hard time with receiving. And I had to dig deep. And I realized, like, I love giving because that's who I am. But receiving, I'm not worthy. Who am I to receive? If people, who am I to receive? Am I really worthy of that, right? If people can, if I receive from people, then in the past, that means I have to trust them fully, and they might take advantage of that trust and betray it. So I won't open my heart to receive, but I can open my heart to give. But here's the thing. When there's an imbalance between one or the other, giving and receiving, you have an imbalance with abundance. So it's important to know you can receive fully, but it's important to know you can give without expectations as well, because that's who you are. It comes from a place of abundance, right? So one of the things is that I'm worthy to receive is a great affirmation. It's a great intention. I am ready to receive. And how do you do that? You start putting yourself first. You start making self-care a priority because you're worth it for no reason, just because it's oxygen to your soul. When somebody gives you a compliment, instead of brushing it off, like you might even try this, like, giving you a compliment via text or someone says it to you, like, I know in the past I'll just put my hand over my heart, I'll breathe it in, and I'm like, I receive it. And start breathing in that energy to your heart. Start letting it go where it needs to go. Okay? Because when your heart is closed, right, you cannot receive abundance fully. You cannot receive love fully, right? It's kind of like if your palms are not open and someone's dropping, money, coins, whatever you want, you're not going to receive it because your hand is closed. You cannot receive. When it's open, you can. Same thing with your heart, right? A lot of times people can't manifest, not because they're not able to. It's because it's right there, but your heart needs to be open to be able to receive it, right? And that's why a lot of times, like, we encourage you all to put yourself first in this 3-day event. Play full out. Do the exercises. Release the things that are needed to be released. All of them a lot of the techniques that we've been sharing, it has a direct correlation to opening your heart. By you even showing up to this 3-day event, putting you first, right? Because you've been last in your list for a long time, a lot of you, is a step to opening up your heart. So we're doing things here, all right? We're doing things here. Someone says 11:11 where they are. We're doing things here, okay, that really open up abundance throughout the entire thing, without you guys knowing it or not, okay? So that's a big one. It's opening your heart to receiving. And I know a lot of you might have reasons why you don't want to do it, right? But today, if you haven't yet, I want you to do something that when you do it, it will guarantee that your heart will be open for receiving. Because here's the thing, you think, here's what I thought. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. You think that by closing your heart, you won't get hurt, right? How many of you have thought that? Ooh, if I close my heart, if I shut down, I won't get hurt. How did that work for you? You still get hurt. It still happens. It does not work, right? What ends up happening is, you think you don't get hurt, but you still get hurt, but you also fully can't receive love and the abundance that comes with it because so it has a lot of the downside without a lot of the upside. And it has this illusion that you can't get hurt, but you still do. I know, because I tried to close my heart for a long time, and it had brought the biggest pain in my life. Because when you close your heart, that's where you manifest from. 2, you dip vibrationally, right? And a lot of times when we close our hearts, we don't do it. Some of us might do it intentionally, like I'm closing my heart, whatever, right? For some, it's unconscious. We do it unconsciously. As adults or even as kids, like the world isn't safe, right? It's not, people are out there to hurt me, right? Nobody cares about me. Again, I'm unlovable. And because of these beliefs, we just close our hearts, whether we like it or not, whether we know it or not, whether we intend to or not, right? But super powerful. So open your heart. It's one of the biggest things. That's why a lot of the times what we're doing here is like mind, emotion, we're working on all of it. Because your mind can shut off your heart. Your emotions can shut off your heart. Your intention can shut off your heart. And your decision can turn on and open your heart as well, right? So today, what could you do to open your heart? And sometimes opening your heart means, yes, I'm going to receive abundance. I'm going to receive, right? I'm going to receive like blessings and compliments. But a lot of times it's also, I'm going to make a decision to where, you know what? I'm going to open my heart. Because living with a full open heart, you manifest faster and you're on a vibration that you become untouchable. Write this down. I'm going to talk about it a lot in the energy section later this afternoon. Is your vibration is your best protection. Your vibration is your best protection. When you live with an open heart and it is resonating in the frequency of gratitude, of abundance, of joy, of happiness, like the things that typically can hurt you won't show up. Or if it does, it feels so small to your capacity to be able to shift it in the moment. All right? So one of the things too is like working on releasing the things that are in your heart. So right now, one of the things that you can try today, like, do it while you're in the energy today. Because a lot of the times, like, when me and Mandy are pouring in and raising the energy of the group, it's for the entire day. So this entire 3 days. So the decisions and the actions that you take while you're in here are covered by that. So you can do this in the lunch break, you can do it sometime today, but if you haven't yet, you might even if anything this is another exercise, right? If there are people that weigh heavy on your heart, right? They just done something or, they've just hurt you and you've never been able to speak your truth to them, right? You've never been able to speak your truth to them. You've never been able to voice your truth to them, right? You can write a letter to them. You don't even have to send a letter ever if you don't want to, but you write a letter of what you would say, right? And releasing it. Because when you do that, right? The thing is, people think, oh, I gotta forgive them. You've got to release it. It's the biggest thing. Forgiveness and releasing are two different things. You can release and experience the benefits of forgiveness before you're even ready for forgiveness. Because releasing just means that energy that's dragging you down is no longer in your heart. It's no longer weighing you down. It's out. And you can move forward with your life. Right? And if you're not ready to forgive, release. Right? Release. It's super important. Because when you release, okay, and that can be writing, and that's why I say writing a letter. Again, when you're doing that, you're channeling the energy that's within you, and you're channeling all that energy to pen and paper, right? And it's being put in there, and it's released. Okay? So it's super, super important. So opening your heart to receiving is another one. Secret number 4, energy blocks to abundance. And we're going to go over a lot of energy again in the afternoon, but energy, sometimes it's the fastest way to get to where you want. Because like I said, when you release energy, you're releasing the thoughts that are connected to that energy, the traumatic events related to that energy, emotions. It could be, let's say someone's heart is blocked, and you release the energy. That could have like 30 limiting beliefs attached to it. Like it can have like dozens of traumatic life events attached to that, blocking your heart. Can have several different emotions that are disempowering attached to that, right? Sorry, this is secret number 9, not 4, 9, right? This is 9. attached to that. And as you release it, you have the benefit, okay, the benefit of experiencing what life is like had you done all that, which would have taken you years or decades with a lot of the things like, that you typically do to release that. So for me, I remember, this was, I think 06, 07, I received my first energetic clearing, and I was so skeptical the entire time. Like, going through it, I'm like, this is not gonna work, all those different things. Like, it's why I get a lot of people who are, skeptical, and people are gonna be surprised. I'm 90%, if I were to guess, left brain, very logical, skeptical in nature, prove it to me type, right? So it's funny that this is my line of work, faith and energy and manifesting, when I am predominantly left brain and my mind freaks out with it. But you gotta understand, in order for me to get to where I am, I've had to experience thousands of miracles and undeniable things, right? For me to be like, all right, this is absolute truth. There is this thing called energy that I'm not gonna be able to understand in its depth, but it works, it's powerful, and it's always worked, so I'm just gonna rely on it and surrender to higher power and faith and follow the science, right? So you gotta realize that the miracles and the synchronicities and the manifestations had to be more powerful to let my mind release to it, right? So I received this healing, and I remember I was receiving this clearing from this guy. It was almost uncomfortable because I was bored, I didn't experience things, I couldn't visualize, so on and so forth. And he was like, you know what? You have abundance blocks. I'm removing it, and I removed it. And this is like, it's for y'all that haven't that are part of the healing day we have tomorrow. It was the upgrade. I mean, this is what we're going to be doing tomorrow, right? So when I got that release of blocks, he was like, okay, cool. I didn't feel anything, but he was like, all right, you're going to experience abundance in the next like 4 to 6 weeks. It's going to come. I'm like, sure, right? Very, very skeptical. Like 4 or 5 weeks later, like an opportunity came, and I made more in a day than did an entire year. I'm like, oh my gosh, this thing is real. And I'm like, and I was like super skeptical because like, how is this possible? I still have limiting beliefs. I still have all those different things. Like, and I don't have the right frame of mind, and I'm receiving this abundance, right? Because it happened on an energetic level. When you're doing things on an energetic level, things happen before you're ready for it. Things happen despite of your thoughts, despite of your emotions, because the intention and the decision counts. And I had an intention to release the blocks. I had the decision that I'm gonna have this healer do a healing on me, even though I was skeptical. It didn't matter. The intention and the decision overrode everything. But here's the thing, I made more in a day than I did an entire year. In a few months, I spent it all. Paid off some bills from my mom, got a vacation, got a car. Like, I was not comfortable with that level of abundance. So I counter manifested it. I spent all of it because I was not comfortable with that. So here's the thing. You can have what you want. Energy is the fastest way to get you what you want, right? But your emotions and your mind, if it's not programmed for abundance, it's going to self-sabotage in ways. That's why our approach, me and Mandy, is like energy, like, gets you there fast. But while it's happening, or while you're already there, you're aligning and rewiring your mind and your emotions so you do not self-sabotage. It's aligned, right? So that's what we've been doing. Energy will get you there fast, and let's work on the mind and emotions so that it does not counter-manifest, okay? And that's the goal. And how's everybody feeling so far here? Looking at the comments, everybody's with me so far? Great, okay? And that's why this whole entire 3 days is like mind, emotions, energy, mind, emotions, energy, mind, emotions, energy. Like, we're doing all the techniques and focusing on all the areas so that there's nothing left behind. You're good to go, all right? And then this is another secret that we have here is human versus soul story. super powerful. And this is something that, one of Mandy and I's favorite lessons. It really is. Because this, when you shift this, it shifts everything. Right? And I remember, there was a time where I didn't want to do what I'm doing now. This is my greatest fear. Being in front of y'all and sharing what I'm sharing. Because my background, again, is business. It's marketing, right? And I was set there. I knew how it worked. It was a good source of abundance, and it was something I was great at. Okay? But then what happened was, it comes a point in your life where purpose work knocks. And the longer you avoid it, the more painful it becomes in your life. Right? Because you feel that sense of not being fulfilled. That you're here for something bigger, but you're just in the rat race of life. Right? So there came a point in time to where I was experiencing a lot of abundance and success. But when my head hit the pillow at the end of the night, wasn't fulfilled. And I lived a double life. Thinking I was successful in business, but I was also a healer, an energy healer, hiding in the closet. I didn't want anyone to know. So it was friends and family and referrals. And at that time, I've done tens and thousands of sessions, one-on-one with people, referrals, and all those different things. And nobody knew. I never announced myself as a healer, as an activator. It was like, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a businessman. And this was one of those golden eggs, that if you knew me, you knew me. And if somebody referred you to me, great. And I didn't charge anything from there. At that point, I had abundance blocks in that area of purpose work. I didn't charge, I did it for free. I did it because I felt good about it, right? It helped me a lot. But I was hiding. I was afraid. I was afraid of, will I be judged? If I come out as a healer, really? What would my family think of me? My family is predominantly doctors and lawyers in the medical field, right? What would they think of me? Would I lose business when my business associates find out that I'm into this healing thing? That world's 99%, logical numbers, it's very few there in that world that's spiritual, right? So I was like, shoot, my sense of safety net and what's already working really, really, really well versus this unknown thing to where I could be judged and rejected, ridiculed, and there you go, right? And on top of that, I was experiencing a lot of shame and guilt because, my past isn't perfect. I've experienced a lot of failure in business and in life. Businesses that have failed, everything that you can possibly think of that could happen, as far as business-wise, has happened to me. Right? Partners stealing companies from me, and customers that are just unhappy because of that, and me, everything you can possibly think of to make me want to play small, I've experienced it. So I've also had a lot of these shame in the past for things not working out, and I took on it. I took it, and for me, that's the way I look at it. If something's happening, what do I have within me that's attracting that? So if a business partner goes ahead and steals half the business and badmouths me, I'll be angry, but I'll go to bed that night or the next night thinking shoot, what did I do to attract that? It's my fault. What could I have done better, right? And that creates a loop of that created a loop of shame for me in a while. I should have done that. I should have listened to the signs. I should have done this. I should have done that, right? A lot of shoulda. And because of that, it just built an identity of wow, I fucked up. It's all my fault. And I'm not worthy. Who am I to teach people about healing? Because when I look at healers back in the day, I'm like, I'm not a healer. Look at all these people wearing white, shaved heads. They're 20 years, up in the mountain meditating, doing all those different things. Like, I love grunge music. I was a rebellious troublemaker child. That I am no way pure or a healer. But I can do it on the side and just like do it because it's close to my soul. But I didn't fit the bill of what a healer or somebody helping people with a spiritual awakening should look like, be like, feel like. So I hid because it was like, okay, I'll just do this, and at least nobody can judge me, right? So it wasn't until I met Mandy that changed. Because I remember we were in Sedona, and I was hiding. And we went to an intuitive reader in Sedona. And again, she told you, when it comes to intuitive readers, I don't give anybody any clue. I'm always very skeptical. I'm like, nope, not giving them anything. I've seen all those mentalists and illusionists, like, they read your body language. They kind of like look at the signs. They're seeing if you're nodding and all those different things. And then they hit you, right? And I'm like, nope, not falling for that. So I went to this intuitive reader in Sedona, and she held both of our hands, looked in our eyes, and started spewing out truth after truth after truth without us even saying anything. And I'm like, oh, gosh, she's good. Right? She's good. All right. But I poker face on. I'm like, nope, not giving to it. And she kept going. And she goes like, why are you hiding? I'm like, talking to me? First of all, how do you know? Right? And she's like, yep, I can see a lot in your energy. You're a healer. I'm like, never advertised that, right? So she kept going with that. I'm like, okay. And she's like, why are you hiding? And I'm like, well, I'm not worthy of stepping into that. I made a lot of poor decisions in the past. And I don't just feel like I'm it, right? If I'm thinking of somebody that's gonna help others, it's just not been my identity growing up. Yet alone, it's not safe. And I remember she looks at me and she goes like, all right, everybody's got a human story. Everybody in this world has a human story. You're not that unique. If there's something that you're guilty for, shameful for, everyone's got a past. And everybody also has a soul story, a divine story, a reason why you're here, why you're born, why you came to this earth. There's a reason for that. Okay? And she goes like, if you're looking for penance, and I'm like, ooh, she's good. I didn't even tell her I had a Catholic background, but how is she using penance? I'm like, what? Right? If you're looking for a penance and want to rectify things, shine your light. Be seen. I'm like, what? She's like, yep. Because, and then, I don't know how she knew that I don't know, probably energetically tapped in that I grew up in a Filipino, culture, family. There was a lot of guilt and shame and fear that they use, right? She goes like, it will be such a shame if one person who you could have activated, right? You could have changed your life for the better. Because that's what you do. You activate folks. You change their lives, right? By doing your healing and shining your light. It would be a shame that one person that could have been activated missed out on that. And because of that, they lived in a life of suffering and pain because you chose to hide and not be seen. So if you want a penance, if you want to rectify it, step into your soul story, shine your light, be seen. That's how you make it right. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she's shame on shame. This gal's good. And it stuck with me. And spent years hiding still, but it stuck with me. Because I was like, all right, I can deal with more shame and more darkness and all those different things. I'm used to it. Just myself wasn't enough to get me to act. It wasn't. Because that's not my why. I can deal with a lot of pain. I can deal with a lot of darkness. I've done it all my life. I can shove it under the rug, right? But it wasn't until Mandy, we got pregnant, with Zion. And I remember at that point in time, I've done so much work with people that I know that parents are the best role models for their kids, right? And I was thinking to myself, wow, a lot of these adults that come into our lives that we help in seminars and workshops like this, sometimes their biggest pain happened in childhood, right? And a lot of them related to their parents. And I'm like, I'm bringing a new soul into the earth. And I remember Mandy, like, she was the one, if it weren't for her, I would not be spiritual activator today in front of you, right? She held me to my highest standards and showed me the mirror of like, look, I know what you're capable of. And her biggest wish was like, hey, if you can love the world the way you love me, like, and that would be amazing. The world would change. And she's like, this newborn that we're coming in, you know, we're bringing into the earth. Like, you don't want your light to be turned off, right? When this kid is born, you want to be fully on. And I thought to myself, you know what? This kid, I have a blank slate. I have a chance for this kid to not have any trauma, to see an example of what's possible. And I'm like, who would this kid be if he was born and I didn't step into my purpose? And who would he be if I stepped into my full light and owned it? And in that moment, I made a decision, okay? Because that was my why. It's my son. Kids, others. It's like, I'm going to shine my light. I am going to jump off this seemingly cliff that seems to me fully into my purpose work. Because, one, I want to be all of me when my son's born. And that changed everything. Because I chose my soul story. And let me tell you, ever since then, it was hard walking away from $1 million business and being like, bye. You're making money, bye. Right? But we've been blessed with so much abundance, so much happiness, so much growth, so much really purpose work and fulfillment, and helping a lot of lives that I would not trade it for the world. It's been the best thing we've ever done. So fulfilled, right? Millions of lives that we've been able to reach and change and help. Because when you're stepping into your soul story, that's the highest vibration that you can possibly step into. Yes, everybody's got a human story. The pain, the suffering, the triggers, the traumas, what happened to you. But guess what? When you're in your human story, you're limited because you're living in limitations. When you're in the soul story, which is something that you can tap into, you know, a lot of our meditations that we do get you to experience your higher self. When you're in your soul story, your divine story, you are limitless. It's a frequency. It's what you came here with. You have all the resources to where things that are big become really, really small. You're here for a reason, right? And when you start setting an intention, I want to experience my higher story, my divine story, my higher self. And the practices that we've shared, you know, yesterday, the day before, and we'll share more today, of just experiencing the energy of it, let it flood through your being. It's what changes everything. And sometimes it's that decision of like, I'm ready to live in my soul and divine story now. Is this decision that's going to move you to it? Because sometimes it's the intention. You don't need to know the steps. You just need to claim it and own it, right? So for me, at any given time, any given day, I have a choice. Do I live in my divine story? Do I live in my human story? And the human story creeps up every once in a while, rears his head, trigger this and that. But at that moment, I realized that, you know what? This is great, but this is not who I am. There's more to me than this. This is just a chapter or a page in my book. I am more than my trauma. I am more than my human story. I'm more than my limitations. I am divine. I'm a divine being. Pure love and light. Possible of unlimited creations in this human body, here to wake up, to remember who I am, what I'm here for, and the lives I'm here to change, and the message I'm here to share. So I'm going to get to that damn island as soon as possible so I can remember who I am. And that's when life starts. Because life starts when you start to thrive. Because when you're in a thriving energy, that's your most natural, authentic energy. And from there you can give, and you can experience, and you can really just make a difference, because that's what we're here to do, right? So that's one of the things. Let's intend it now. I'm ready if you are ready. And if you feel it, only if you feel it, right? And I'm ready to experience my divine story now, my soul story now. Let's just intend it, right? Set it in the highest vibration. Okay? Give you guys a second to do that. Because it's really, really powerful. There you go. And again, sometimes we might not know the steps, sort of the how. What did I say? So the intention, and as you take that step, the light shows the next step, right? Beautiful. And a lot of times, and this is in the afternoon, I'm going to go over energy, protecting your energy, raising your energy, all those different things, and that will help you get into your soul story more. And this all ties to manifestation, because when you're in your soul story, it's the highest vibration you can be, and it's you. Manifestations happen quickly. Okay? Manifestations happen quickly when you're living your soul story. So it all plays a part. This is all related to when we are living day to day, our goal is just how can I be in my soul story? Because we know it's the highest vibration you can ever be in. And we know when that's the case, manifestation is effortless, right? So that is the goal. Does that make sense? Everybody, do this if that makes sense. All right. So let me shift gears for a bit here, because I know we've been getting a lot of questions from our team as well. So what we're gonna do afterwards, we have more sessions today on energy and a lot of other things that we have planned. So today is the best is still yet to come, right? We're not even close to the content that I want to deliver for today. So there's a lot more, okay? And this is my special announcement to people that are here, and it's called Quantum Creation, right? Quantum Creation. And think about it this way. If you've gotten this much in 3 days, imagine what your life will be like in 8 weeks, right? Because the reality is we could have gone, and there's so much more to teach, right? There's only so much we can do in 3 days. So we picked the best of the best that we can do. But for some of you, you're like, you know what? The Soul University, it's too much of a commitment. It's too much time. Can I still keep the momentum going? Because I enjoy this. I enjoy the format of this. I enjoy the energy of it. I enjoy how it makes me feel. And that's why I want to invite you to the Quantum Creation experience. Okay, so let me go over what it's about. Okay, Quantum Creation is the most advanced way to manifest what you want. This is what me and Mandy do. We make sure that daily our vibration's at the highest that it can be. And when it's in the highest that it can be, right, things come to us. It's almost like a reverse manifestation. Like the miracles, the things that we want flow to us before we can even think about, before we can even intend. So it really is not designed for you to live a life always wanting to manifest. That is the human version of it. The higher version of it, the soul version of it, is you are always in that vibration daily, and it's the natural state of being that you're in, to where you're manifesting all the time, coming to you before you can even think about it, before you can even intend it. It just comes and flows to you. Okay? So that's what it is. It's 8 weeks to master your vibration. If you can do this in 3 days, and gosh, I looked at all the hands of people that wanted to share their breakthroughs. We've had probably 60 plus more people that had their hands raised that we weren't able to call. We'll call on you later, but we weren't able to call because there's just so much success stories and breakthroughs just from this 3-day event. Can you imagine what 8 weeks can do, right? So this is an 8-week immersion experience that we're going to have. And you're going to get weekly lessons from Mandy and I, every single week for 8 weeks. And each lesson is going to be jam-packed, 30 minutes, an hour, some of them longer. And they're going to be designed to remove all mental and emotional and energetic blocks that you have, right? So if you just want to receive the coaching to shift your mind, your emotions, your energy, right? This is the program for you. You're like, I just want you to go deeper than the 3 days. It's amazing. I want to go on. This is the program for you. Okay. Also, on top of that, you're going to receive group energy clearings and healings that I'll be doing. I'll be facilitating, and they're designed, to raise your vibration, stamp it there so your vibration is always high, and program abundance in your vibration. Like really get the vibration of abundance and program it into your system so that it's there. When you wake up, when you go to sleep, it's just the new status quo, okay? And it also, this is the program in 8 weeks, right? We're gonna finally release all the blocks holding you back. So manifestation isn't something you think about. It's just something that you exist and vibrate on the entire time. You're not gonna need any other, like, let me manifest. No, it's the master course, the deepest dive in manifesting and creating the life that you want, okay? And the cool thing about that, in those 8 weeks, because we wanna make it successful, we love the format of this, we're gonna throw in a live virtual event, just like this, in the middle of the program. So we can create more momentum, and that's the format, is like build the foundation, immerse yourself, like in a few days, like, you know, and really dive deep, like, you know, and focus on people that are there, right? Just to make sure that you guys get what you need. And then afterwards, there's gonna be more advanced principles just to make sure that whatever it is that you've learned, you're living it. And that's kind of format that's worked for us a lot, is there's always this live component in the middle of a live event that works really, really well. And the retail price of this is $6,000. So it's gonna, closer to January, it's gonna go closer to $6,000. The event price right now that we have for this event, for all of you that are here, is one payment of $2,222, right? Or 5 payments of $499. So you'll save like close to $300 if you do the one payment, or if not, you can do 5 payments of $499. But this is probably, as we've thought about it, this is the first time that we're doing this, and we're doing this program as a result of this event. Okay, because we're looking at the chats, we're tapping into the energy, and some of you are like, okay, Soul University is great, certification is great, like, you know, I want to eventually be able to do that, but for some reason there's a conflict, or I don't resonate, or I don't want to be certified, or time, or money, whatever. So we're doing this live. It's a pilot program, right? And once we've done this a few times, the price will be like, will probably double, and it's going to be worth it, and people will still get the results. That's how we always do it. When we launch a new program with a live class, it's always on a pilot price. And once the success stories roll in, people love it, people see it, the price goes up, goes up, goes up. Okay? But it's 8 weeks, and they're intense lessons every single week for 8 weeks. And then in the middle of it, it's going to be like this. We're going to do a live event in the middle of it. But the weekly lessons look like we're going to, you know, do a lesson on an important principle, whether it's mind, emotions, energy. There's live Q&A. There's interaction, right? And that's one of the things that we're planning it in a way to where if you join Quantum Creation and you play full out and you go and you really dedicate the time and you take action, that we're crafting it so it's inevitable that you succeed, right? You're gonna succeed if you follow the formula, and we're gonna craft it to where the conditions are set to where it makes success inevitable. Okay? So it's not every day for 8 weeks. The way we do these longer 8-week programs is that one main lesson a week, you know, we're gonna go either we do live or we do Zoom, lesson a week, and then there's live Q&A, and then there's that entire week of you get to practice, and there's homework every single week that you have to do before the next week to make sure that you're really implementing the lessons that you've learned. And there's a lot of, and so it's gonna be very immersive in a way. And this is the format that we used in the past that worked really, really well for certifications. Now we're just doing it towards manifestation, so that you guys can manifest, like, you know, if you just want to manifest in 8 weeks, and you're like, you know, that's just what I want. I want a deep mastery crash course on manifestation. I want to go deeper than 3 days. Then this is for you. Okay? The link, that when you click it, it takes you directly to the page to where you can sign up for Quantum Creation, like, you know, 8-week experience. If you like the 3 days, like it's the tip of the iceberg. We go way deeper, you know, and imagine what 8 weeks would look like for you. Okay? So, looks like that is about it. I'm gonna go deep dive into energy. All right, it's gonna be really, really fun. A lot of practices, a lot of experiences, a lot of things that you're gonna learn. Come with notes, you know, an open mind, open heart, and get ready to rock when it comes to energy. All right. So, thank you all. If you haven't yet, there is still time for you to make action and make decisions and take action on a high vibration. Do it now. I'll see you guys. All right.
Wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the
everybody. How's everybody feeling? Give me this if you guys can see me and hear me. All right, amazing. Yep. And yeah, I love that song actually. You know, it's for me, it is the anthem of light workers, right? Who here thinks or knows or feels that they're a light worker? I'm just curious. We're here to change the world. And, you know, first part of our lives is dark, right? Till we realize who we are. And shoot, the light within us, I keep saying this, is stronger than the darkness around us, or is the solution to it. And then we start waking people up. A lot of times when we wake people up, when you're doing the work, you'll be surprised that when you're doing the work and you do it to a level where you're actually embodying the change and the vibration, you wake people up just by being you, without even saying the word or convincing them. You know, and it's very powerful, right? And for me, like, it's important for you to realize that when you look at your past, like, you know, and it just has to shift. It has to make sense, right? It has to click that there's got to be a higher reason why you've experienced the things that you've experienced. There's got to be a higher reason why you've experienced the pain and the suffering that you went through, the darkness, especially if you, like me, I've been through so much to where, I mean, like I said yesterday and the other day, it's like the biggest gift that I had is I didn't break, because it gives me more empathy, more understanding, so I can stay longer when I'm serving people, and I can go to dark places and stay there longer and stay in the fire with them and pull them out and not give up on them, because I've been there. I know what it feels like, and I know that whatever I've been through, whatever pain, suffering that I've been through in my life, that's just clues to who I'm here to help, to the solutions that I'm going to bring to solve those problems so that they don't occur anymore for people. That's my purpose. And once it starts clicking for you as well, and you realize that, hey, that may be your purpose, everything changes. Everything changes, right? So comment down below. The light within me is the solution to the darkness around me. Okay? Comment that. That's one of the writer downers for people. And I'm ready to shine my light, right? And a lot of times, here's the thing. When it comes to shining your light, okay? When it comes to shining your light in purpose work, a lot of people sometimes think it's a huge thing, right? It's a huge thing. That you got to be out there, like, you know, writing books, being on stages, right? This is a form of it for sure, but this is not the only form of purpose work. I mean, there are monks out there that meditate, 16, 18 hours a day. They don't talk to a single soul, but the vibration that they put out there is healing the world in ways that we're not able to measure. Okay? The mom or the dad that's there, present and loving their kids and helping them, giving them tools and just being there, that can be purpose work. The smile that you give somebody, a stranger walking down the street, it's just a genuine smile, could be a reason why that person doesn't kill themselves, because they experienced love from a stranger, right? So when it comes to purpose work, and I want to share this with you, is the work that you're doing here in this weekend, it's going to affect more people than you know, right? I'm gonna take this off, right? It's gonna affect more people than you can even think of. And the reason why is because energy has a ripple effect to where it affects people that we can't see. We don't know how it affects somebody, it does, right? And that's what I want to really just share with you today, is that you may never know the ripple, but it's there, okay? And what I'm urging you to do is start with you, okay? Because I keep saying this, like, heal yourself, heal others, heal the world. That happens, a lot of times people think it's sequential. No, it's simultaneous, right? Because you choose to shine your light now, even if you never actively try to help somebody the way you think they should be helped, that you just shine your light, you become an example to others of what's possible, your light will wake them up energetically, right? And you're going to start seeing changes in your environment that you've never seen before. You can be that catalyst of growth. Just how me and Mandy are here, sharing this information with you and waking you guys up and showing you a new way of living, a new way of being. You can be that for others just by pure embodiment and pure example, right? And that's the beauty of this stuff, is it doesn't end here. Even though you came here just thinking that you want to work on yourself, it doesn't end here. It continues, right? So talking about energy is the one thing that affects everything in life. It's the invisible thing that affects every single thing in life. So when you master your energy, you master the game of life, right? And these are the tools that I wish what I'm about to share with you. I wish somebody shared them with me growing up, because I wouldn't have thought I was so weird, right? How many of you guys grew up and you feel like you don't belong, you're weird, you're out of place, right? Had I known this, I would have thought, well, shoot, not weird. I just have a different spiritual gift and a different purpose and a different reason why I'm here. I didn't come here to blend in, to fit in, because the people I was trying to fit in, it's part of a system that's experiencing pain and suffering. So I could have blended in and fit in, right? Or I could have done what I'm doing now, which is interrupt the system, shift it so that it doesn't produce unnecessary suffering and pain in the world, right? Sometimes we just feel weird because we're different, but what if we're different because we're here to see what the problems are in the world, not give into it, not accept it, not settle for it. And we're here because we're here to change it, right? Change makers, light workers, love beings. That's what we're here to do. So what if you were an odd one out? Because in a seat where everybody's blind, someone's got to be able to see, right? And you might see, it seems like you're crazy if you're the only one, right? But it's always that first person. There's always that one that's got to do it, that's got to believe it, that has to do it. I think Roger Bannister is his name, and before him, I might be butchering the name. Before him, it took people way longer to run a mile. He was the first one to break the 4-minute mile. And afterwards, people started doing it. People from all over the world started breaking the 4-minute mile because one person was able to do it. He became an example of what's possible in this world. And now people see it as normal. People can do it, right? But there's always that first one, and that first one's always going to be crazy. And you might be the first one in your family. How many of y'all, you're the first one in your family? Or maybe the only one in your family, right? I know I was born into the family but I had no role models. There's nobody in my life that lives the life I'm living right now that was a role model back in the day. Not even close, right? I had to be the one in my family. And for a lot of you, you are that person. You're the one, right? If there's been generational pain going on, year after year, decade after decade, passed on from your mom or your dad and then your grandparents, so on and so forth, it ends with you. It ends with you. It can end with you. You're not here to relive it. You're here to shift it, transmute it so that moving forward beyond you, it doesn't exist anymore, right? So what if that's part of your purpose work? What if? Just what if? I just want you to sit with this for a second. What if you came here to be the one for your generation, for your family, for your environment? No one's going to save you. We're not here to save you. We're here to awaken you to what's already within you so you can remember who you are. You're not broken. There's not a lack of it. You're whole And as a whole, life happened to you, right? And now you're getting back to where you were when you came here so you can do what you're here to do. Okay? But for a lot of you, you know, our goal, me and Mandy, is to get you to a place where you're empowered. You can access the things that you came here with, and you can do what you're supposed to do, right? Because change begins with us. And a lot of the things in your life that you're experiencing, you didn't start it, but you're here to end it, put end to a cycle. So a new one can be birthed, right? So I want you guys to really just have that click, really sit with that in your hearts, to where hopefully it puts your experiences and the pain that you've gone through into perspective. Okay? This is very important. It's, you know, again, it's this, when this is part of your soul story, if this is resonating with you, because I'm speaking directly to your soul, what you need to hear, what you need to feel, in hopes that it wakes something up in you that's been dormant, but it's there, right? And it's ready to break free, ready to just, like, you're ready to step into a new version of you, right? So that's the first thing. And so let's talk about energy, all right? And a lot of times we get affected by outside energy, but once we're able to protect ourselves from outside energy, and in the beginning, yes, I talk about protection a lot, because you need to know what it's like to experience just your own potent energy without experiencing everybody else's energy. You need to know how it feels like, okay? And then once you know what it feels like, you have more clarity. You know what's yours and what's not yours. Because the thing is, like, when it comes to empaths, there's 3 different levels, okay? 3 different levels of empaths, right? And let me know which one you are in the chat. Level 1 is you're a knower, right? So you're around people, you just know what they're thinking. You know how they're feeling. Oh, they're sad. You know, their thoughts. You just know stuff. You just know, right? Second level is you're a feeler, where if they're feeling pain or anxiety, your body produces the same emotions. It releases the same hormones and the chemicals, right? This is number 2, feeler, to where you're feeling their same emotions. And what happens is there's an energetic cord attached from them to you, right? And energetic cords are like, that's what they are. They're cords attached to them to you. And depending on how open your third eye is, you are processing the energy, you know, you're experiencing from them in multiple ways. You know what they're feeling, you feel what they're feeling. And it sometimes will drive you crazy, because you're going about your day, everything's normal, and then boom, you get hit by a ton of bricks of emotions that are so intense, and you're like, where did that come from? There's no reason, there's nothing that's happening in my environment, okay, to even hint at this emotion showing up, but it's showing up. And it's debilitating, right? It's debilitating. And I thought at the beginning that you can just be a feeler with people who are around you. But I realized you can be a feeler, and you can be both. You can be, you know, knower or feeler. It can be a combination. But I realized that it happens remotely as well, because energy knows no bounds. It really doesn't, right? It really doesn't. That's why you guys feel the attunements and the meditations from where you are all over the world, from where we are, because energy can travel faster than the speed of light. Speed of intention is faster than the speed of light, right? It's faster than you can even blink. So when you're thinking about somebody, or somebody's thinking about you, and you are in tune with energy, you can feel what they're feeling. I'll give you an example. Several years ago, this was more like over a decade ago, I, out of nowhere, had all these fears and anxiety about health and bills. And there was nothing in my life to signify it. I had good abundance and I had good health, but I had all this fear all of a sudden. It came out of nowhere, very irrational. And that's how it happens. It comes out of the left field, comes, and you're like, what is going on? Next thing you know, your brain's hijacked with the emotions, and you're feeling disempowered and debilitated, and you're like, what is happening? Okay, what is happening? And next thing you know, I was like, it almost drove me nuts of like, what's going on? I get a call, from my mom, and she's worried about some bills, and worried about her health, right? And I'm like, oh, wow. That was the exact emotional frequency signature that she's feeling. I felt it 10, 15 minutes before she called because she was probably feeling it intensely and then thinking about me. Does that make sense? It can happen virtually. But if I didn't know that was happening, I would just thought I was crazy because I would start thinking about, is there something I haven't shifted? Yes, if it's something that is yours, by all means, work on it. Own it, work on it, shift it, unblock it. But what if it's not yours, right? If it's not yours to begin with and it's something energetic that you're taking on, then no need to own it. You just have to release it. And then third one is embodier, right? Where you really embody everything, including physical pain. I remember this was 2015, 16. I remember we were living in Sedona, Mandy and I, and we were doing photo shoots for the business. They're like, you should do branding. I'm like, we just take stuff for the iPhone. Like, you should just try it for the website. Like, sure. So we booked this this photo shoot session with this gal, and she picked me up. And I remember getting into her car, and we were gonna do photo shoots in some sacred sites in Sedona. And the moment I stepped into her car, my left knee started acting up, right? It started acting up. I'm like, oh gosh, what is going on? I didn't think of anything of it because I was like, shoot. And it's the kind of pain that I had in the past when I'm doing squats or deadlifts with the wrong form, and it's like, oh, my joints. But I haven't worked out in a while at that point. So I'm like, shoot, what happened? You know, I don't remember doing anything funky or working out or twist or, nothing. I was just like, this is weird. So I kind of pushed through with it through the whole photo shoot, like an hour and a half. And I was like, man, this is miserable. Cause we're climbing like 5 minutes going up a vortex, and that's easy. It seemed like eternity. And I'm like, wow, this is tough. this is tough. What's going on? And, towards the end, she was driving back, and I remember thinking to myself, wait a second. I did not have this pain before I got into the car. So the beauty of the mind, you can put patterns together. You can put 2 and 2 together. And I'm like, I only had this stepping into this car. So I looked at her, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I was like, this is kind of be awkward and weird. Random question. How's your left knee? And she was like, oh my gosh, it's hurting. And she went on telling me how growing up she's been doing a lot of high impact sports and she's very active, and she has multiple injuries, and a big one of them is in the left knee, and she's been acting up today more by any day. And I'm like, thank you. Right? And explained to her empaths and embodiers. She's like, oh wow. And true enough, she dropped me off, walked away. And as I was walking, I was like, the pain was gone. I was able to release it because I didn't own it, right? I didn't own it. I didn't say, this is me. It was released, right? So how many of y'all you think you're an embodier? You're all three. Thoughts, emotions, and everything in the physical body as well, right? So I'm full embodier, and it's funny because when I'm serving a room full of people, I'm getting all sorts of pain, and then afterwards it's gone. But the thing is, when we're feeling this, at the beginning, you might feel like it's a curse, right? Why am I feeling this? This is crazy. What's going on? It's a sixth sense in a way. To where when you know that in your body, it guides you. Because you can read people better. You can help them. You can serve them better. You serve your kids, your team members, family members, yourself, people that your clients, whoever a person, a human being, you're able to relate to them. You're given these, ways of experiencing energy to serve you at the highest levels. It's not to punish you. It's at the beginning, if you don't know what it's for, sure. But if someone is going through pain and then you're a healer, then you can get rid of their pain, but you empathize with what it feels like. You know what's wrong. You know what they're feeling. You have perspective. It's why me and Mandy, when we're serving people, whether it's virtual or live, right, we can help them because we feel what they're feeling. And when our vibration is high, it doesn't get to us, but we have input and data If I know, if your kid's going through something, you don't know what it is, when you feel it, and you feel it in your heart, then you know it's a power center or speaking the truth, then you know it's got to do with something in the blockages in those areas, and you have a starting point on how to help them, right? But it serves a purpose. It's your feedback mechanism. It is what it is. Imagine driving a car, not knowing, not seeing if your tank is full or empty, and not knowing how fast you are, not knowing there's a maintenance thing happening. It'd be crazy without your feedback, your dashboard. The same thing here. Your body and the way you respond to energy is your dashboard. It's your intuitive system. It is your way of understanding the world around you. It is the way of understanding the people around you, those that you love, and yourself, right? So it's important to know it, because when you know it and you own it, guess what? There are certain vibrations to where it just doesn't feel as intense, right? So energy is super important. The way we process energy is super important. So let's talk about protecting your energy, right? So ultimately, you want to live your life to where your vibration is your protection, right? And I talk about this a lot. This metaphor is something that I love sharing. It's like if you are, let's say, running down the street, or you're biking down the street, you're jogging, right? And somebody wanted to hurt you by throwing a ball. If they can see you and you're within their vicinity and their reach, they can throw that ball. It will hit you. It will affect you because you're in that same vibration. Okay? Now, let's say you're like, all right, you get on a plane. So you get on the plane, and what's going to happen is you're going to reach a certain altitude on that plane to where it doesn't matter if that person on the ground that can see you, that wants to inflict pain on you. It doesn't matter if they're the strongest person on earth. There comes a distance and an altitude to where they throw it, it won't reach the plane. You won't even know it tried. They may know, you won't know, because you've reached a certain altitude, a certain vibration to where it can't reach you. They can see you, but it can't reach you. And then when you go even higher, you get to a place to where you disappear from their sight. They won't even throw the ball. They can't even think about you because they can't even see you. And you don't even know that they exist. You're in two different worlds. Same planet, different worlds. You can't see each other. That's how vibration works, right? The things that are bothering you now, yes, you can be you can be on a bike, you can be running, you can be jogging, and you can be like, someone's gonna throw something at me. Let me put a helmet on, let me gear up, let me avoid these different things, let me live in fear, looking over my shoulder and hoping that nobody gets me. You can live life like that, and it's got its pros and cons. Cons to mostly being in the vibration that you're always fearful, looking out and trying to protect yourself. But if that's the only option that you have because you don't have the tools and you didn't know it's possible to get on the plane, then you work with what you have, right? But then you learn about vibration, and you learn that there's a reality where it doesn't even exist, and you go there, right? And both, there's no wrong or right. They both are realities that we experience on a daily basis. Lower realities, higher realities. And when you're in the lower reality, you try to go higher. But if you're having a hard time, then you practice principles of protection. They're kind of like your first aid kit. It's there when you need it, but you're not going to sleep with it right next to you, bring it wherever you go. Well, you just know where it is, but you're not obsessing over it all the time, 24/7, everywhere you go. But you just know where it is. You know how to use it. You let it go, right? So that's what happens, because you long-term, in 7 days, 30 days, sure, protect yourself so you can at least know what's yours and what's not. Long-term, focus on raising your vibration, because it's a much better place to exist in, to vibrate on, and the things that resonate with you on high vibration is just extremely magical, right? So protection. I'm going to walk you through some powerful ways, okay, to protect your energy, right? Protect your energy. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna walk you through this process for each and every one of you. Okay, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna put some. We're actually gonna put some music on, and I'm gonna walk you through. So I'm gonna put some meditation music on. I'm gonna walk you through this, and it's gonna be very exercise-filled session because I want you guys to practice. I can talk about this all day, but I want you to practice so you can feel it. Cool? All right, so we're gonna do a bunch of different practices. So this one, we're gonna put some music on, get some meditation music on, and I want you guys to close your eyes, get in a relaxed space a bit, like, you know. It's pretty cool. We're doing this towards the end of the day as well. All right? So let's give it a second. Okay? So remember, when it comes to energy work, intention matters. Intention is very powerful. So we're going to set an intention. God, higher power, universe, whatever you believe in, I want to experience and discover the sacred geometry, shape, and the light and colors that will best protect me and my energy. So the intention. Then we're going to talk and start off with light. Because light, again, is a vehicle for energy transference. And the color, some of us resonate with different colors more than others. That's going to be our way of accessing certain energies more potently. Okay? So the first intention is you want to experience which type of light will protect you the best. And your body, it will know. You will know. Right? So let's start off with white. Set an intention for white light to come down from the heavens, filling your entire body up. For some of you, you will see this happening, you will visualize it. For some, you won't. You might hear it happening. You might even feel it happening for some. And some, you just know it's happening. You're like Mandy. You can't visualize much, but intention moves so fast for her. So fill your body from head to toe with the color white and see how that feels. Notice the difference. Notice what you're feeling in your body. When you're done with that, try purple. Imagine purple light coming down from the heavens, filling your entire body up. And when you're done, you can try gold. Try a gold light, strongly and powerfully coming down from the heavens, filling your entire body up with it. Then when you're done, try whatever the first color that pops up in your mind that you want to try. Even if it seems weird to try, just try it out. It's coming up for a reason. And see how it feels. And remember the color that worked for you. Because we're gonna try something cool next. So keep that color in your mind. Now we're gonna layer in sacred geometry. It's so powerful. But you only need one that works for you. So for this next exercise, we're going to use a sphere. Imagine a sphere around you, kind of like a bubble or a force field. It can be as big as you want or as small as you want. It doesn't matter. You just need to be inside of it. Okay? When you have that, again, you can see that or you can intend it. If you're not a visualizer, intentions are powerful. Now when you're there, fill that sacred geometry, that sphere, fill it up with that color that was the strongest for you. Fill it up and see how you feel. Just notice what it feels like to be in the sphere. Stay in it. When you're ready, let's try a pyramid. It's the same one I'm under, because it's one that protects me and Mandy the best. But hey, try it out for yourself. Replace the sphere and imagine you're inside of a pyramid. It can be as big or as cozy and small as you want. It's of your creation. When you have it, you're inside of it, set the intention to fill it up with the color that resonated with you the most. Just fill it up. Fill it all the way up. And when you do, just notice how you feel. So see the difference between the pyramid and the sphere. What's different, right? Is one stronger than the other? Or they're just different feelings? Take note of it. And lastly, let's try, or second to last, let's try a whirlwind. Imagine yourself in a vortex, in a whirlwind. Almost like a tornado almost around. You're in the middle of it, the calmest part. It's going from above to below. Nothing can come in at all. Making it as big as you want, as strong as you want. And fill it up with the color that worked the best for you. Fill it up. Notice how powerful it is, or different compared to the others. Next, whatever sacred geometry comes up, try it. It can be a mandala, it can be Merkabas, it could even be things layered. Layers are powerful. It can be a sphere inside of a pyramid, I mean, whatever intuitively comes to you. Or it may be something that I haven't even mentioned yet, but try it out. See what it does. And take note of it. Take note of it, because you're going to use it moving forward. Now, while we're in this space, let's go ahead and focus on releasing energy. Because right now, whether you know it or not, there are people who are attached to you, right? It's not a bad thing, it just is. But some attachments can be draining you of your energy and your vitality, right? So the intention for the next exercise is we're now going to release the cords that are attached to anybody who's negatively affecting our energy, okay? We're gonna release it. Doesn't mean that they're gonna be gone from your life. All it means is that the energy that they have that's weighing on you, that's affecting you, no longer affects you. It is released from your energetic field so that you can soar. Because it's time. So we'll set an intention for that to happen. And you know what's stronger than darkness and negativity and fear? Love. So we're going to set an intention to feel the energy of divine, unconditional, powerful love. The kind that can heal anything. Love so strong, move mountains, and make the impossible inevitable. It's just very powerful force. So imagine a color. It can be purple, it can be pink, it can be green, whatever color you want to try, coming down from the heavens, coming from the sky, with the intention that that color houses powerful, divine, unconditional love. And let it fill you up from head to toe. And do it until it's a level 10. If you gotta make it brighter, make it brighter. If you gotta make it more intense, however you want to, whether it's by intention, make it more intense so you're feeling it in every fiber of your being. And when you're ready, you may pick one person, or if there's more than one attached to you, imagine them in front of you. And if you don't know, you can just say, whoever's attached to me that I don't know, and just imagine kind of like figures in front of you. It could be one, it could be many as you need. Now imagine, once you have them in front of you, this powerful, loving light coming down from the heavens as well. Okay? And it's pouring into them and even putting a protective bubble over them. So each one of them, they're in the sphere that contains their energy and contains love as well. Right? Because the only way to really address anything that's not of light is bring a lot of love to it. It's like water and fire. You can't put fire out with fire. You can do it with water. Love is water. Imagine filling them up, putting them in a sphere, filling them up with divine unconditional love. It doesn't matter if you think they deserve it or not. It's not about forgiving them right now if you're not ready. It's about releasing their energy from your space, from your heart, so it no longer affects you. And when you're ready, lovingly ask for these spheres that contain these people that are connected to you, that are draining you, to be sent to the sky. So imagine them being sent to the sky, flying away beyond the horizon till you can no longer see them. And as that happens, naturally, the energetic cords that attach from them to you just get released and pulled out. And you are no longer being affected by them. Bless and release them. So you can have a chance to experience your own authentic energy. And when you're done, you can slowly come back, give thanks, gratitude to really all the higher level beings, your higher power that assisted in this powerful practice of both protecting yourself and clearing and releasing energy that no longer belongs in your field. All right? Okay. So what we're gonna do, because I want to really give you guys an opportunity to stamp this vibration in at this high level. And I want you to share your experience. Share from your heart. Share from your heart, and when we come back, we'll proceed and talk more about energy as well. Okay? So we'll do that. Share. Be vulnerable. Speak your truth. Because we're all in a higher vibration because of this exercise as well. All right?
Wanna let loose, I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number, I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number, I was lightning before the thunder.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder.
All right. If you guys can see me and hear me, let's do this. All right. Awesome. How was that, everybody? Energy felt a lot lighter here. Love the group touching. Fantastic, great, wow, lovely, amazing, lighter. So see, these are practices that you can do. Like typically the shielding process, you can do that, in the morning before you go into the mall or a crowded place. You can do it before you go into a gathering or before you're sitting down, it's with a family member, somebody that can affect your energy and they just drain you. Totally. Right? And then the clearing is sometimes, you forget to shield or you don't do it quick enough to where it still gets to you. And that's why the clearing or the releasing them at the end of the day before you go to sleep and putting them in love bubbles helps, because you're able to release the energy that no longer belongs in your field. Because the thing is, when you release all this stuff, right, then your vibration naturally as a byproduct rises up. It just happens all the time. You fix it, your vibration goes up. And then when you're high, it's like a domino effect. Things no longer bother you or show up in your reality, right? And then, another thing is when that happens, all right, you're in a high vibration to where you can hear the signs clearly. The noise won't be able to follow you as much. You can hear the signs and you can act on them quickly, and you can also manifest what you want more. You manifest it, you can manifest it quicker, and it's a fun place to be. Okay, that's why I recommend that you guys try this out for the next 30 days and see how your life changes. Your life will change drastically the moment that you start mastering your energy, right? Because a lot of times we don't realize how much energy affects us. It affects us in the most profound of ways, and we don't know it's energy. But once you do this, I'll be curious how many of your issues, whether it's lack of clarity, lack of energy, negativity, negative mood swings, whatever you guys experience in life, right? Even show up, even stays the same, or even is there after 30 days of trying this out daily. My guess is a lot of it will be gone, right? So I'm playing with this cord behind my head, you guys can see. So that's one of the things that I'll recommend at least 30 days. 30 days of trying this out and seeing how it works, right? And what you're going to realize is you're going to be a very different person, because you're going to have your energy to help you with it. You're going to have your energy, really your authentic energy, fully present, fully accessible, that you can use it anytime you want, right? Versus like having to deal with everybody else's energy. And it's just a great place to be. So try it out for the next 30 days, every day, without fail. shields in the morning or before you go out into a public place that can affect you, and releasing at night. Okay? Super, super important. So let's shift gears a bit, and let's talk about spiritual gifts. Okay, spiritual gifts. Because this is, for me, when I look at, whenever I look at life and why people experience the pain and the suffering that they experience at times, or the issues that they experience, like a lot of it I've seen after helping a lot of people, and myself included, gone through this process, is the number one reason why they are where they are is because they've turned their light off. They shut down their gifts. Whether it's conscious or unconscious, they dim their light, they're afraid of their gifts, they run away, they don't understand it, and shut it off. But here's the thing. There's 5 primary spiritual gifts, right? And you can have more than one, but there's a primary one that you're supposed to focus on now. And once you focus on the primary gift, there are more advanced gifts that you get to learn. And they show up. Because the thing is, spiritual gifts, they might sound fancy, but let me tell you, they come with a huge electrical energetic charge when you discover what they are and you work on them, right? And that's why with GO1, we focus on activating your primary gift, and it takes 8 weeks to really embody it. Because the way I look at spiritual gifts is, think about an outlet, right? Think about an outlet, and think about it, let's say it's a 110 volt. Well, what will happen, do you think, if you put 10,000 volts in it, right? Not good. So the same thing with our bodies, energetic bodies, is when we learn our spiritual gift and it's activated, it's a lot. So our body needs time, because it's not just cool, sacred gifts that you're learning. It comes with a punch of energy. And if you're not ready for it, it's intense, right? And there's 5 spiritual gifts. And although I can't tell you what yours are right now, it's a lot of people to tap into, and I typically share gifts once I build people up to it, I'm pretty sure you can guess which one resonates with you right now, and you can kind of like self-identify. So I'm going to go over them, and if you feel like one of them is your primary gift, you can share them here. I can't confirm or deny, because I play, my role in it is that it's a sacred information is delivered. I want to make sure that people don't implode. But there's lines I can skirt a bit in sharing you what these gifts are, what they come with, and if you're like, ooh, I can feel that, then hopefully you can read between the lines, okay? So in my experience, and I've seen it so many times, when people step into their spiritual gifts, I've seen people and I've seen it in video, we've captured it to where when their spiritual gifts are on, all of a sudden they feel better. Well, out of the chronic stuff that they experience, it goes away, because the thing sometimes that creates the illness or the chronic unexplained things that are experiencing in life, right, is because they turn their gifts on, but they turn their gifts off, but they don't realize that your gifts, when it's on, not only does it guide you, not only is it the one that really gets you to where you need to go in life fast, but it also fuels you, recharges you, clears you, and really nourishes your being. So when it's off, a lot of problems come with it, right? So a lot of times the solution is turning your gifts on, I've seen, and accepting them. And another one is when people have gone through like series of, in their mind, bad decisions or painful decisions, toxic relationships, like losing money, all those different things. The reason why at times they made those decisions is because their gifts are off and they can't access their direct line to their higher power and intuition, right? They couldn't because the gifts are off. And a lot of times, it's also where we manifest from when it's on, right? So there are 5 gifts, right? And this is 5 main primary gifts. There's way more advanced ones, but the 5 ones that I want you guys to focus on, okay? Number 1 is channel. How many of y'all are heard of channeling? I'm curious, right? Right. Channeling is a gift. More people have it more people have this gift than they know. But it's a very powerful gift. And with channels, you channel information and you channel energy. Information and you channel energy. And it is something that can happen, which what you guys have seen as a full body channel, or it can be a what we call like more like a conscious channel. Okay, so full channeling is like if you Google like channeling in YouTube, you'll see a lot of people that do full channeling, and there's a spirit, a guide that comes through, and their voice changes, their mannerisms change, their tone changes, the way they conduct themselves change, and even the words they use change. It's a full-on, you're realizing, oh, somebody else is in the building, right? And that's one way of channeling, but the more common one also that's just as powerful is conscious channeling. It is where you're talking to a friend, right? And for some reason, you don't know what you did, what you said, like something comes over you, you share wisdom, and afterwards they're like, oh my gosh, that is so profound. And you're like, oh, I don't even know what I said or where that came from, right? But it just flows through you. Nothing changes, but you deliver the message, right? And channelers is super, super powerful, super important because, like, again, a lot of wisdom comes through channeling. And so for some people, they just channel energy, right? But you're here to bring messages forth, bring them down. And at the beginning, like, some of the things that I'm going to say regarding the spiritual gifts, they have things in common with the other gifts, right? So a lot of them have a crossover. So one of them is like, at times, when channeling gets too intense, you try to shove it down because it's so intense. People do things to weaken their chakra. When you're channeling from your crown chakra. So they do things to weaken the chakra so it's not too intense. And there are things that weaken the chakras. I've seen it all the time, right? Alcohol weakens them, sugar, sometimes like sugar weakens them, sweets, eating heavy food, like, things that are grown from the ground, like, or meat, anything heavy, can weaken the chakras, like, so a lot of the times, like, people that they're channeling and they don't know they're channeling, I've seen a lot of them escape to that. And I'm saying escape not in a judgmental way. I understand why people do it, right? Because they need to, or they feel like they're going to explode. For some, it's dancing, they dance, or they move their body, and all different things. And I have empathy for them when they go through and use different, food or alcohol or methods to weaken the chakras, because I know how intense it is. It's debilitating. It is debilitating. So they use the tools that they have in the moment, but there's more tools. And my goal, my role is to be able to give people a lot of tools so when things are intense, they know what to do, right? They know what to do. And I met a lot of people that, they resort in addictive, patterns or behaviors because, right, they just want to shut off that intensity. No one's ever told them how to channel, how to use it, how to only, tap into it for the highest good of all and only beings of love and light, so on and so forth. So, like, and it becomes intense and they run away from it, right? And that's one of the things to where, like, it's a gift, but at the beginning people might think it's a curse, right? But it's a beautiful gift. So channeling is one of them. And then the second gift is called transmuting. How many of you guys have heard of transmuting? Raise your hands. You're a transmuter. Curious. Okay. So when it comes to transmuting energy, okay, that's number 2, can clear people's energies by being around them. You're like a filter, right? So what does that mean? You can be sitting right next to somebody talking about mundane things like ice cream and the weather, or talking about nothing at all. You're sitting next to them. And next thing you know, like, your energy naturally, whether you think about it or not, whether you even intend to, it just happens because it's your gift, right? You take their energy and you neutralize it. And afterwards, they're like, wow, I feel a lot better, right? And depending on where you are vibrationally, you might feel energized, you might feel nothing, or you might feel everything. You might be feeling everything that they've been feeling, and as you transmute it, you're like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. You're like a sponge for others, and it's like it's heavy for you, right? And a lot of times transmuters, you can be transmuting it for people next to you. You can be transmuting it for people connected to you remotely. You could be transmuting for a city, for a state. I remember when I first met Mandy, when we were first dating, right? We were in Miami in a high rise, and after dinner, I was looking for her. I was like, where'd you go? They look out, and she was outside, having one hand towards the ocean and the other hand towards the city, and she was sobbing uncontrollably for 2 hours because she was taking the energy of the city, running it through her body, which she shouldn't have been doing, right? You should be running outside of you, and transmuting it and using the energy of the ocean to clear it and neutralize it. And she was crying. It wasn't even hers, but it was intense and it affected her, right? And when it comes to transmuting, it's all vibration based because you can't turn it off. You're doing it all the time. It's just a matter of what vibration you're on, so that when you're doing it, it's not painful, right? And when it comes to transmuting, that's the biggest thing, is at times people are like, shoot, I keep attracting all these toxic people that are all negative and draining me. Sometimes as transmuters, you are the drug. You become their drug. They're around you because they feel better around you. They don't know why. Some of them it's conscious, some of them it's unconscious, but they feel like they don't know how, but being around you, they feel like everything is lifted. And that's why some people that are transmuters, they're around a lot of people that, you know, could be dark perceivably or drain their light. And they're like, why do I always keep growing up or being around these types of people over and over and over again? Okay, so that's one of the things that happen. And transmuting, I mean, here's the thing. Like empaths and transmuters, it's a little bit different. So think about empaths and different empath types as you're feeling people's energies, right? You're feeling it because you're meant to know that information. And again, depending on what vibration you're on, you might not even feel it, right? But sometimes if it's for the highest good for you to feel it because you're supposed to do something about it, then you feel it. Whereas transmuters can also sometimes feel it depending on what vibration they're on, but as they're feeling it, they're also neutralizing it, if that makes sense. It's a natural gift for them to neutralize and take what is heavy and dark and bring it to neutrality and make it light. Okay? So transmuters, that's how it works. Does that make sense? And if you think you're a transmuter, put 2 below. I'm just curious, say I think that's me. Kind of curious how many people can self-identify with that, right? Okay, the third one is psychic. Psychic. What does that mean? Okay, let me tell you, it's much broader than the Hollywood depiction of a crystal ball, right? I mean, that's part of it, but it's not all of it. And it's a very loaded term. Okay, growing up in my family, like my mom, right, you know, had, like, she would dream about things and it would come true, right? She would dream about things and it would come true. And it was a pattern. And the moment I was like, Mom, you know, you're psychic. She's like, no, I never do that. Because the programming and the culture and the religion, like, you know, frowned upon the term psychic. It was a very loaded term, but it's, you know, it's a gift, right? And so with psychic, what can you do? It's like, you know things. Sometimes you can predict the past, present, and future. You can touch things and you know it's history, like part of psychic, right? You can remote view. You can travel and see things and experience things, like, you know, as your soul travels. It can be that, and you have access. You can see the different you can see or experience different dimensions. Like if there's, like, you know, a spirit, you might have goosebumps, right? Or you might. I don't see spirits personally. Mandy does with her own eyes. I don't. I visually feel them, right? What else? You can see people's auras, auric field. You can see what's going on around them. Like, you know, you just have this sixth sense. Like you are in tune with the energetic world and the realities and past, present, and future, right? And it can be overwhelming. So again, transmuters, psychics, channels. I mean, I've seen them. Like, you know, they guilt themselves at times because they have guilty pleasures of, they think chocolate or alcohol or this and that, and they don't realize that, hey, when I'm looking at what, you know, you think are guilty pleasures and things are like, it's so bad. You got to remember, I look at things from a different set of lenses. There's the health lens, the medical lens, like all that mental health, and I look at lenses from energetic. Right? What does energetically mean? And when I see somebody who's doing this because there's nothing else they can do, I have empathy. Because no one else, who else taught you about this? For some of you, it's the first time you're hearing about it. And the goal is to expand your resources so when these things come up, you have multiple tools to deal with being overwhelmed with your gift, right? It's not like we were born with a handbook on how to use our gifts. It's quite the opposite. Nobody tells us. And when we're experiencing it, we might even experience shame or fear from people around us that are afraid of it. You're afraid of losing love and connection for even telling people that what you can do. They might think you're crazy, right? So, you grant yourself some grace when you're realizing about your gift, because a lot of times, the society and environment that we live in did not prepare us for spiritual gifts and energy. We're having to find it out on our own in events like this, right? No one tells us, but it's the one thing that affects everything, right? And affects all of us. So third one is psychic. Fourth is hands-on healing. Okay, hands-on healing. You're a healer. And when I say hands-on, don't get confused thinking that you have to literally be physically next to somebody to do it. A lot of our healers that we train, they do things virtually, right? They can do things if somebody's in the other part of the world, because energy is energy. And if you know what you're doing and you're using sacred geometry, and you know how it works, you can affect people even if they're not in front of you. I do healings all the time. I used to do it, one-on-one. Then I started, learning how to do it via groups, so more than one. And now I've done healings when there's thousands of people I'm doing clearings on and healings on at the same time, and they all feel it as potently as if I were doing one-on-one, right? So it expands as you practice your gifts. It expands, and the way hands-on healing works is you're just a natural healer, right? And healer in the physical sense. Your hugs are healing. When you touch people, they feel better. You just have natural healing hands, right? And you have natural healing energy, and you've just got a big heart. You want to help people. Typically, you want to give the shirt off your back to help somebody out. And you're typically people that are hands-on healers. They're really good at giving, and very hard when it comes to receiving. Okay, so that is that is the gift, and I see it all the time. And it's one of the things where once you step into it, right? It's such a beautiful, powerful, gift, right? And then the next one, the fifth one, is Akashic Records, right? How many of y'all have heard about Akashic Records? It is a powerful one. And you can have more than one. You can have several, but there's typically, when I meet people, there's one primary one that for some reason they have to focus on now. It's important. For whatever reason, is the key to them manifesting faster, is the key to them feeling better. It's what they need for the next phase in their lives. There's one, and as you master one, more becomes available to you, more than these five, right? So the thing with Akashic Records is, think about it as you have access to the library of everything on earth and beyond, right? And it's everything. And at the beginning, when you don't know what it is, it can be scary. I had a client when doing one of these in-person workshops in the past, and when she came to me, she's like, I am Akashic Records, but I'm so afraid. I'm so fearful. I'm like, why? Right? She was like, when I was young, and she literally laid down a series of events that have happened. It's like, yep, there was a fire once. I had this vision of a fire in the street and all those different things, and then next thing you know, a few days later, I see it in the news exactly as it is. I had a vision of a bus and an accident. Next thing you know, it's in the newspaper. And she was seeing these catastrophic things, life and death, and it was scary. So she shut it off because, again, I understand. As a kid, seeing that, nobody telling you what it is, and you telling people and think you're crazy, you're going to want to shut it off too. So I have great empathy and really just understanding a situation. It's sad, but when you turn it off, a series of events happen afterwards. There's just like, you start not having access to your intuition. It starts creating duality. You can't manifest, and it creates this cycle, this period of your life that could be avoidable, but it's not. Now you have to live through it, right? And what you don't realize is, I was like, when I told her, I was like, look, Akashic Records, that's one part of the gift, but that's not all of it. There's more to that, like healing modalities, solutions of things that aren't even here. Like my good friend, one of my dear friends, one of me and Mandy's best friends, Anthony William, medical medium, Akashic record. He's a medium, but Akashic is also where he pulls it from. Like, he taps into different illnesses and diseases, and he knows exactly the solution to it, right? Beautiful gift. And that's the same thing, is realizing that with every gift, with every spiritual gift that you have, if you think it's a curse, because you've experienced, because a lot of times it's also vibration based. When you are a psychic or a channel, right? And a psychic channel, it can even be for, actually it's for all transmuters, healers, and Akashic records. If you're in a vibration of fear, what do you think you're tapping into psychically, right? So a lot of times people have an experience of what they think their gifts are on a low vibration. But you've never experienced what your gifts are, okay, on a higher vibration. You never have, right? And once you have, it's very different. The things that you access on a higher vibration is very, very different. Very different, okay? So to recap, channeling, gift number 1. Transmuters, gift number 2. Psychic, gift number 3. Hands-on healer, gift number 4, and Akashic Records, gift number 5. These are the 5 primary spiritual gifts. You master them, everything changes, right? It really, a lot of times, I want you to start looking at your life from the lenses of your spiritual gifts, and it will give you perspective as to why things happened the way they did growing up. Puts everything in perspective. A lot of times you just didn't have the context of why you were experiencing the way you did, why life happened the way it happened for you. But with the lenses of spiritual gifts on, it's different. Okay? It's very, very different. Does that make sense? All right. Give me this if it makes sense. Cool. So when it comes to energy, right? Those are probably the big ones that change everything. Here's what happens, okay? So when you get to the island, right? Because a lot of times we talked about how do you get an island? How do you get an island? How do you get an island? It's a non-event for a lot of you. It's not like, I wish it was more like, woo, celebration, and it's like confetti and people know. For the most part, people that I've met, that I've helped, when I see them again, I asked them and they were like, and let's say that I met them and they were anxious, and I met them and they were depressed, or they're going through stuff, and I meet them again after a few months. I'm like, how's that going? And they're like, well, oh shit, I'm not depressed anymore. I'm not anxious anymore, right? That's what they feel. I remember I had one gal, and Millie actually knows who I'm talking about, because this gal was in her class when she started off. She came to one of my earlier workshops, and she couldn't go out and do a grocery store run. She couldn't. She was deathly afraid of it, right? She couldn't. She would tell me, like, she would go in there, go down an aisle, not finish the aisle, have to call her friend to get her to pick her up, because she would have this overwhelming anxiety and all these emotions that just like pretty much felt like it was suffocating her, and she had to leave. And she had to call somebody else to finish the grocery store run for her, right? And that was her life for, I think it was 15 plus years. She was on different medications. She was on a cane. It was just like, it was intense. And nobody could help her with it. So she went to one of the workshops and realized, like, she's an empath and a transmuter at the highest level of embodiment, right? Of embodiment. And I remember giving her the technique I shared with you guys, right? Of the how to put a shield on. Sounds so simple, right? Like, oh, don't let the simplicity make you think that it's not, just because it's not 10,000 steps, it's not powerful. Because when you're layering intention with light and sacred geometry and you layer them together, it's very, very powerful. And she, tried a bunch of them out, found one that works for her, went home from the workshop. Several weeks later, I hear back from her, and she's like, you know what? I did my first grocery store run in 15 plus years, start to end, and I felt nothing. None of that overwhelming stuff. And let me tell you, that changed the quality of her life. And then a few months later, she came back to she came back to a few workshops, and I was chatting with her. It was just back then we weren't doing it this big. Back then we were Airbnb, 15, 20 people rented out, and we're doing it very, very family home style. Well, now we can do that, but that was back in the day. And I remember I was looking at her, and she was on the couch, and I was talking to her. Then I saw her walk up to go to the bathroom, and I'm like, is it just me, or did she walk up without her cane, right? And next thing you know, she walked out without her cane, and more beautiful things happened. But think about it this way, okay? The energy she was experiencing externally was so debilitating that it affected her physical body. And just by her shielding and not allowing that energy to affect her, all of a sudden she could do things that she couldn't do before. And it increased the quality of her life, right? And, and beyond. So even though these things that I'm sharing with you are simple, they work. They're proven. What I'm sharing with you is something that, the things that you've learned here aren't just things that'll work for me once. They work for me. I've shared it with people. I've shared them with people. And when it's working across different countries, different backgrounds, with people that try them, and I see overwhelming results, is only when we share them with you, when it's proven. So by the time it gets to you and we're sharing it in this kind of forum, it by far time-tested, proven, and it works. So try them out, right? So does everybody have a spiritual gift? In my experience, everyone who I've met, whether or not they want to admit it or not, have a spiritual gift, right? I have not met anybody in this setting that doesn't have it. Even if you're in denial or you don't think, the fact that you're here, listening to me talk about this, where you could be anywhere else, right? The odds, or is it my frequency and vibration brought you here because you have it, right? So for me, everyone that I've met so far in this kind of setting, have it, right? And life is about really unlocking it, activating it, learning it, leaning into it, and really stepping into it, okay? So, all right, so what I want to do is I want to lead you all through a meditation. But I want I'll share my intention, then we're going to put some music on. The intention for this, okay, is all the energy that you guys experienced here in this event. I'll tell you a little secret. It's not mine. And it's not Mandy's. Every bit of energy, the highs that you've experienced here, it's all yours. We simply just magnify what already exists. So what you think is outside of you is probably your biggest untapped potential. Okay? It's yours. And our goal is to empower you till one day you know that truth at the deepest level. Okay? So my goal is this, in this meditation that we'll do, / attunement, is you're gonna receive a gift, not a spiritual gift. You already have it. But a different kind of gift. Almost like a key. So that whatever energy and vibration you've experienced during this 3-day event, that you can access it easily anytime that you want, whenever you need it. Just like that is my intention. I want to lodge the frequency in your energetic field, so you never forget today. And hopefully, for a lot of you that choose to run in your growth, run in wild synchronicity, run in love, run in your purpose, run in whatever you decided was the highest good for you to do from this weekend, that this is something that's just the beginning. You look back on this weekend and be like, shoot, that's the day, that's the week where everything happened, right? And here's the goal, here's my intention, because for some of you, this is the only thing you're gonna need, and you're gonna soar, and it's amazing. Hopefully we're able to serve you at the deepest and highest levels, and life will never be the same. Because I know the things that we've shared, gosh, if I only had 10% of what was shared here 20 years ago, life must have been so different, okay? Drastically different. That's why we do what we do. That's why we're driven to share this, because we know what impact it creates. So my goal is that whether or not this is your final stop with us or just the beginning in your run, that the energy that will be downloaded to you is one that whenever you need it, you call on it and it's there. And it reminds you of the beautiful breakthroughs that you've experienced during this event. So close your eyes, and I'm going to walk you through one of the most powerful attunements yet that you can experience. Okay? And what I want you to do is I want you to set the intention to experience the highest frequencies yet, and that it also be grounded in your everyday reality, right? So I'm going to be walking around as I do this, but keep your eyes closed because I want to keep the energy moving. Imagine a white light, or a purple or gold one, coming down from the heavens, powerfully down to the top of your head. And this light, what it does is it contains a really, really powerful frequency that you're gonna need this year, or in the next few weeks, or next few months. It just has what you need the most. So imagine it. And when you have it, let it fill your entire body. Head to toe. Okay? And when you're done, I want you to follow this light all the way up. It's beyond your house, beyond your city, beyond your country, beyond the world, because you're not from here. You came here, but this is not your source. You come from a much higher place, a place of pure light and love. And it's time for you to fully experience it with an open heart. So follow that light as far as you can go, as bright as it can get. And when you think you're there, try going even further, till you experience all that you are. And know that what you're experiencing, however intense it is, it's just a fraction of who you are still. There's only so much we can experience in this human form. You're much more than that. When you're in that space, I want you to really let it engulf you. All of you. Return back to your nature. From this place, there's nothing that you can't create. Really, nothing. There's nothing that you can't even heal, because in this place you're whole. Darkness doesn't even stand a chance. With this pure light, darkness ceases to exist. It's like the sun or a star. Even when it's far away, its essence and its presence can be felt, changing lives more than it knows. That's your core. So breathe it in and set an intention that as you're feeling this, that this be pulled not only in your heart, but it be migrated and integrated to your deepest parts of you, your cells, beyond the cells, subatomic particles, everything. And as it's doing this, it's waking up dormant parts of you that have always been there, but for some reason it's been a little harder to access. And when you're ready, bring down this light. You can follow it down, but bring it down with you, because it is you, to the here and now, to where you are, down to earth, down to your country, down to your city, down to your house. And when it merges with your body, it just makes this impact at the ground. That impact affects the entire world, like a ripple effect. Because you've now arrived. You're now housing within you, all of you. And if you look back at history, people that have changed the world, so we give them a lot of different names. Ascended masters, guru, guides, whatever you all have experienced or even believe in. It only took one soul in their pure light and pure potency, which is a fraction of who they are, to change the world. And you have the same thing within. You come from the same place. And now you get to be that beacon of light for everyone around you, and for more people that you'll know. So as you bring this light down into here and now, I want you to imagine taking this energy to the future. The past doesn't matter. It's only the future now. So take it on to today and imagine it going on to the next hour, setting the intention to tomorrow. Imagining it fast forwarding and bringing this energy to the end of the year, right? It's affecting everybody around you, paving the path forward, bringing the energy forth to the future so that it's crystal clear energetically. The signs will lead you, bringing it into next year and bringing it to as far as you can go. Next 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, as far as you can go. For some, you can visualize it happening. For some, it happens in the speed of intention. When you're ready, do it one more time. Come back into here and now. And set an intention for this energy to be even brighter and stronger as you take it from the now to the future, where everything that you want to create is being touched with this energy. Every person that you know or get to know being blessed with this energy. That all areas of life that matter to you, whether it be health, abundance, love, purpose, any area of life, that this energy leads with it. And when you're ready, do it one more time. Third time being the most powerful one yet. And this time it's easier because, gosh, even though logically we don't know what the future holds, now we know what it can feel like. Because we've done this before, right? Time, in a lot of ways, from the human story, it seems like it's separate from us. But from the divine story, from where we are coming from with this energy, everything's happening in the now. So even though we're working on the future, guess what? It's also changing the past in the most beautiful of ways. How cool is it that the future that you're yet to take on, you know you've already been there at the highest levels of potency, as it should be. And here's one thing I want you guys to know. Moving forward, there's no going back. Once you experience this energy, it wakes you up from the illusion of life. Because truth is, you are not your story. You are not the things that have happened to you. You are not the stories and the beliefs and the self-talk that you've experienced. You're not your physical condition. You're not even your emotional. Whatever you're feeling, you felt, that's just a page in your book. But guess what? In this space that you're in, it's a library of books. So you can choose what's next, but you gotta choose it. So as you stay in this space, remember, you are the creator of your own reality. Even if it doesn't feel like it, you are. And the future, it's a blank page. You have the pen. What do you want to create next? This is just the beginning. The rest, it's an exciting and wild adventure. And tomorrow, when you wake up, after going to sleep tonight, after this entire 3-day experience, it might feel like a dream. It might feel like at times, oh wow, was that only energy that I experienced because of Mandy and Oliver? But this, I promise you, someday in this week, this month, next few days, as you're experiencing life, this knowing and this energy will come over, and you'll realize it's not just a dream. It is real. The signs will be there. The frequency will be there. And you'll realize, wow, it really was within me the entire time. You're not separate from this energy. You come from it. So take as much time as you need. I love you all, and remember, when you heal yourself, you heal others, and you also heal the world.